Hello, gamers. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We got some lore to read today, and it's the last roundup of lore before Snezhnaya. It's probably gonna take me 2 streams to finish everything, but we'll be making it through a considerable amount of lore reading today. I have 3 artifact sets, a weapon, or at the very least, what I'm hoping to get through today is 3 artifact sets, a weapon, and a book. One of the 2 books that I'm planning to read. So, and it's only Thursday, so I'll be able to finish the rest on either Friday or Saturday, most likely. But I'm fashionably late, so I do apologize. But I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. We are going to chit-chat for a little bit. We also have a Sandrone Tea Party interaction to do as well. So I want to make sure that we include that for today's stream. But yeah. Leaving Vera's melancholy for last because Chonky? Yeah, probably. I don't know how far we're gonna get, but I also don't think, even with everything else, I don't think I can tack that on the end because, you know, it's already gonna be a pretty lengthy reading day. Oh yeah, someone's already asking about the last VOD. Give me a minute. I'll explain that when more people come in so I don't have to repeat myself. Vera's probably isn't really lore important, probably. It's more of a parody, but who knows? No. I've heard that book actually has a little bit of, like, allegorical themes that match, or, like... Especially since... No, even if the book itself... First off, I don't believe that, but also, the author of the book was in the Temple of Space. So, that book is important because the author exists in the world, and they're an Outlander, or they're an Outlander, so they're not even from Teyvat. So, like, even if the book isn't lore-focused, it's from the perspective of someone who wrote it that's not even from Teyvat, which is pretty cool. So yeah. What's on the agenda today? A bunch of lore reading. I hope you read Sandrone's artifact set first. Oh boy. Seems like you missed the last stream. Because we already read wait, hold on. Sandrone's artifact set, you mean? Oh no, we're not reading that first. Sorry. I thought you meant, Sandrone's lore. We read Sandrone's lore. No, we're doing the Pale Flame set first. So, you'll just have to be patient. This is gonna be a child lore related stream? No, I just put child in the thumbnail because there's no, like, oriented... I put child in the thumbnail because we're reading the Pale Flame set and the Polar Star, which relates to the Fatui. So I just put child there. What's Pale Flame about? Apparently it's about the Fatui. So, with Snezhnaya right around the corner, it's about time that I read it. Because I have not read it yet. There's a theory circulating debunking the Tsar as the Tsaritsa's father. What do you say, Arnold? You know, theories are theories until the game confirms it. I mean, it could be anything. It could be... That could very well be true, but, you know. A theory can't really debunk anything until the game confirms it. So... But, you know, that's very possible, depending on how they spin it. Because the thing is, too, if the Tsaritsa is a Fae and the Belyazar is a Fae, that doesn't necessarily mean one was born from the other. That could very well mean that they were both born individually. Or if the Tsaritsa is the progenitor of all Conrians, obviously that means she has to exist even further back. So, I don't know. I don't really have any... I didn't even know that that was a thing. I don't really look at theories outside of my own because I don't want to be influenced by what other people say or how other people think. But, I mean, it's possible. I only ever correlated the Belyazar with the Tsaritsa based on the lore that we've read between, like, Pakai Suko and his daughter and, the Lord of all Fae having, like, a princess daughter, and, like, that just immediately screamed Belyazar and Tsaritsa to me. It was only ever comparing those two relationships based on the lore, but I've never confirmed that to be the case. It's always been a theory.
Hello again. Hello again.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. I appreciate you tuning in. For those of you who are joining in right now, we're going to be getting through... we're just going to be getting through a bunch of lore reading content. Bro didn't say hi to Cal. Well, if you noticed, I was talking. I haven't even looked at chat that much, so if she's in the chat, I didn't see her. Wait, is she in the chat, or did I just get one guide? Oh yeah, right there. Hi, Cal. He hates me? Okay. I literally didn't look at chat, so if I hate you, then I must hate all of you. Because I didn't see anything. Is it really a spoiler if it's by the devs? Yeah, that's the thing that's a little... Like, people are like, oh man, they leaked, the devs spoiled, but it's like... Isn't that what a live stream special program is? You're getting all in, you know how much other information we got about Snezhnaya? It's like, damn man, they spoiled us by showing us the trailer. They spoiled us by talking about Snezhnaya when we willingly showed up. You know? I don't consider anything a spoiler if it's coming from the creators of the thing. There's it's obviously like they intended to tell us for a reason. I don't even know if the Archon quest is gonna... I don't even know if the Archon quest is gonna... like, mention that. Hell, they may have just did everyone a favor, because that might be a piece of lore that's behind a world quest, and they're like, well, we just created Nodcry for a reason, and so we probably realize a lot of people are gonna not do this or not pay attention to it. For those who are curious, we're in we're in Fontaine right now because I want to start recording the next Sandrone Tea Party interaction from the last one we did. And the last one we did was in Fontaine with Navia. Sorry to send this again. In case you haven't seen, Arnold, would you rank the lore drops of the books like Sun and Moon, Men of Lythan, Hymns of the Far North, and etc.? I can't do that off the top of my head right now, because that's like... I don't even remember all the books off the top of my head, like Perrin Harry and stuff like that. But I do think, like, Before Sun and Moon and Hymns of the Far North are probably... That's probably, like, a good... like baseline, because that gives us like the lore of the world. But yeah, that does sound like a good video idea. I might record something for that then, instead of just outright talking about it. Cal, it's so funny you say that, because I was actually thinking of tier lists yesterday. Hi, Mr. Strimmer. I want to ask, when are you going to post the lore reading part 1 on YouTube? Yeah, so... Okay, there's a decent amount of people in here. Okay, so if anybody in chat asks, just relay this information to them. So I did do the lore reading for Sandrone's lore, her weapon, as well as Dottore's anomalous tree marrow lore, right? That was the last stream I did, technically. As of right now, it's not uploaded on the channel. It's not uploaded on the VOD channel yet. And the reason for that is because the editor already edited those videos. And I wanted those videos to go up on my main channel as soon as possible, which they will be. They're fully edited, they're already done. And I wanted to capitalize on posting them before Snezhnaya came out, so people can get some refresher on some of the more Snezhnaya-oriented videos. So, tomorrow I'll be uploading my reaction to the web event, like the brief Fatui Gnosis web event. And then after tomorrow, the next day, I'll be uploading Sandrone's lore video. And then the day after that, I'm going to upload the Dottore lore reading video. And after the Dottore video comes out, then the VOD will go public. And that's mainly just because I want people to watch the edited version. The editor put a lot of work and effort into it. They came out really well. And that's why it took a couple of days, because I want... And I have to record... I'm going to record something off stream for YouTube as well. But that's probably going to be how things go into Snezhnaya. Like, I know Nodcry, I dual streamed. And I kept the VODs up immediately after the stream was done. We're probably going to do clip farming similar to what we did in the last couple of months. But VODs will probably be archived for members and subscribers for the first couple of days after the stream is over, just so we can prioritize editing certain videos for the other channel. And then after a couple of days, once those videos are out there, then the VOD will go public, and people can watch at their leisure. So the same for this VOD? Probably for this one too, yeah, just because I want to upload, I want to, like, self-record and upload the Pale Flame set, and, the Polar Star. So yeah. What are we doing today? We're reading lore today. Arnold, remember to send it. Oh, that's right. Dude, I always forget, man. Thank you for reminding me. I always forget to send my link in the Discord. It's right there. It's prepped too. I just forgot. All right. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it. Vetigree, did you just call them relics in my Genshin Impact in 2026? Alright. This ain't Honkai Star Rail, buddy. But, yes, we will be, we will be reading the artifact sets today, yes. They're drive discs, thank you very much. Let's see, someone did mention this about HSR. I started HSR and the lore of that game is so cool. I wanted to see your reactions and playthrough to the game. Where can I find them? So my VOD channel only has Amphorius and Plan Arcadia thus far. My backlog for Penacony, Bellabog, and, you know, the freaking Cienjo and all of that. Those VODs are still archived, but they'll eventually be uploaded to the VOD channel. So you just go to MurderofBirds VODs, and, whatever's there is what's currently available. And if you're asking why that's the case, blame Twitch, because my VODs used to be on Twitch, and then I had to move them all to YouTube, and I just haven't had time to properly archive all of them. Because I've been so busy with present-day stuff, so I've only been making, like, minuscule progress.
Hello again.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
What artifacts are we reading? So this is everything we're doing today. We're gonna be reading Vera's Melancholy. We're reading the Night Murmurs, Night Murmurs, like the Varkalak book. I think it's called Night Murmurs of the Far Border. We're reading that book. We're reading the Disenchantment of Deep Shadows artifact set. We're reading the Celestial Gift artifact set. We're reading the Pale Flame artifact set. We're reading Child's Polar Star Weapon, and we're doing Sandrone's Tea Party interaction. That's everything else that I need to do before Snezhnaya comes out. That is not everything we're doing today. I'm gonna tackle this list, but it'll probably take a couple of days before it's finished. But that's everything. That's and we're gonna revisit Simulanka. I have to do a Simulanka rewatch briefly, just to kind of revisit some things that I feel like Hoyo was cooking a few years ago for Snezhnaya. I just want to say I appreciate your work. I physically cannot focus while reading, so I have to listen to someone reading for me. I'm sorry, I have to focus on listening to someone reading it to me. So thank you for doing the job. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. I also don't really focus that much on reading, but like Genshin kind of, when it comes to Genshin lore, my brain's like, Arnold, lock in. So, so yeah, I'm glad that my content can help other people either better appreciate or better understand or follow the lore without having to put in the legwork themselves. Yeah, we're probably gonna do, we're probably gonna do a part 3 because Vera's Melancholy is incredibly long. I'm wondering, like, if there's any other books that kind of match its length. The only difference is it's a 12-volume book, so... okay, hold on, let me see. Let me put that there. So that's the scroll wheel. I wonder if there's any other... Let me go to the Hymns of the Far North and see. Alright. It's longer than The Little Witch. It's longer than the Hymns of the Far North. Yeah, this might actually be like the longest book in the game. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, hold on. Okay, never mind. The Fox and the Dandelion Sea is actually longer. Then again, this is also comparably close. This is 11 volumes. Vera's Melancholy is 12. So... Okay. Ah. God, dude. Moongazer was so freaking cool. What are you gonna read first? We're doing Pale Flame first, actually.
They have. In fact, I've already pushed my order. They really are.
How does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know, chat.
Yeah, yeah. Honed in flame.
Good? Alright, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I've been live for about 2. We'll start in another, like, 5 minutes or so. I really love your lore reading. I wish, I one day wish to get my own PC and do lore analyses, readings, and breakdown live streams as well. Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, I actually started doing the lore analyses, like, fairly recently. Which, I kind of wish I mean, I did them on and off. I think one of the first ones that I did was like the Fontaine Archon quest, like Act 1. Like the 4.0 live stream, I remember analyzing that. I remember analyzing the 3.0 live stream, but I didn't do it consistently, like every patch. And that didn't really start happening, I think, until Natlan, actually, like midway through Natlan. And definitely during Snezhnaya. But yeah. I only started watching you from Natlan? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've been around for a while. Who's today's Sandrone interaction gonna be? I have no idea, actually. It's just gonna be whatever the vibes are telling me. Arnold, did you get Remiel and ZZZ? Yes, I did. I pulled for her on Sunday. But yes, I got a couple of characters. I got Remiel, Lucia, Jane, and Vivian. I got 4 fucking characters. I didn't have any of them before that. I heard Jane goes really well with Remiel, and I heard that... I'm sorry. I heard that Lucia goes really well... I'm sorry. I heard Jane goes well with Remiel, and I heard Lucia goes well with Billy. I got Vivian from the top-up bonus, and I got... Who else did I say? Oh, and obviously I pulled for Remiel. But yeah, so the only character I have built is Remiel because I wasn't planning on having all these other characters, so I have to like build them again. I have to build a bunch of characters again. But my Remiel is fully built. I maxed out all of her abilities. I had max battery charge, so I just dumped all that into the new like element chip, the Lumiflux or whatever it's called. And I have her like fully maxed out, all 12, A to F, and I have a set on her and everything. Yes, I got her skin. I'm not a big fan. I don't really care for like the beach skins, so I didn't go for the bundle. But I got the I got her black outfit. I actually like that way better than the white one. Just wanted to ask about the Millie Astra lore reading. I haven't read Millie Astra since the snow, since like the holiday like snow lobby came out. That's the last time I actually read Millie Astra lore because I've just been busy. So I haven't had a chance to. Also, thank you for reminding me. I gotta write that down. I have to archive all of the new outfits before the lobby changes. Let me write that down. But yeah, I've been archiving all of the outfits whenever a new lobby comes out, so that way whenever I do get to it, I can just read up on them in the future. Because some of those outfits, I think, leave the like, the shop and whatever, so you can't see them. But yeah, you haven't missed anything. I haven't done Millie Astra content in a while. Arnold, the timer's off. Yeah, I know, we haven't started content yet. Do they leave the shop? I thought they were part of the archive. Are they? All of them? Like, even the 5 stars? I actually don't know. I've always just grabbed them myself in case they disappear. Because there's so many to consider. There's, like, the Battle Pass ones. There's the standard there's the standard banner ones. So, I just wanted to make sure that I archive them just in case any of them go away. Alright, give me 1 second. Do you still believe the Heavenly Principles is the Traveler's ship? No, we talked about that in the Moongazers World Quest, actually. I don't know if you watched that VOD. But no, I still think they might be an AI, but it doesn't make sense for them to be the ship's AI because the Traveler's ship didn't show up until... Like, the timeline doesn't make sense for it to. But I still think that they might... I don't know. I'm like 90-10 there's still like a 10% part of me that thinks it could be possible somehow, and we just don't have the full scope of the timeline, right? Because here's the thing, right? Hold on. The thing about that is we don't know what we don't know, right? So somebody asked me, do I still think the Traveler's spaceship AI is the Heavenly Principles? And I assume they're asking that based on the Moongazers world quest that recently happened this patch. I'm like 90% sure they're not, but I'm still 10% sure that they might still be. And the reason I say that is we do not have 100% verifiable proof, indisputable proof, that any theories or anything the game even tells us is objective fact. Right? Like, did any of us even consider for a second that the Conrians were related in any way to the Tsaritsa? No, it's because nothing in the game told us that. But because nothing in the game told us that, we were under the assumption that there's no reason to ever make that distinction because there's no evidence to support it. Until the developers themselves came out and said, hey, all Conrians are descendants of the Tsaritsa. So even if the game sets up or frames a timeline a certain way, or makes us believe, hey, that can't happen because this and this and this also happened, I'm not convinced, you know? Especially when stuff like that happens, when we're led to believe a certain thing, and then a new piece of information forces us to, like, recontextualize our understanding of things that we thought to be the case. You know, like, we've been playing this game for 6 years. I don't think there was any distinction, correlation, or even, like, reality that the Tsaritsa was the one connected to the Conrians. So I'm not gonna prance around the idea or the theory because I feel like the timeline doesn't make sense at present. But just because it doesn't make sense at present doesn't mean it can't still be the case. It just means at present it doesn't make sense and therefore it's unlikely. But because I don't have the full story and I don't know every single minute detail of the order of events, I have to keep an open mind and leave the door open, right? Leave the door, like, cracked open a little bit for that theory to potentially be true. So, and I think that's how I generally prefer to absorb lore and perceive how this game's story is being told and whatnot. Because, you know, a lot of people, I mean, there's a lot of, like, theory. I don't want to say purists, but there's just a lot of people that don't really care to hear anything that goes beyond what the game tells them. You know, like, people will push back on theories and they'll usually be like, but the game said this, or, but this character said that. And they kind of close their minds to any kind of creative possibilities that might actually be thinking ahead of, you know, ahead of Hoyo, or, you know, being ahead of the curve of whatever plot twists might happen in the game. So I just think that it's important to keep that in mind. But, like, at the same time, I've never really been one to... like, parade my theories as if they're fact. Like, obviously, I'll speak about it in the context of my understanding, and it might sound like I'm saying it as fact, but I don't watch other content. I don't watch other people's theories. I don't really watch other people's playthroughs because I don't want to be influenced by what other people say and how other people interpret the game. So when you come to my stream, you're going to get my perspective of how I think about the scope of the world and, you know, how I apply it. So, like, if someone asks, oh, why do you think this? Or why do you think the Belyazar and the Tsaritsa are daughter and father? Or why do you think the Heavenly Principles is the spaceship AI? Like, I got a comment, actually, on my Paimon video, right? The one where Aloy is the most important character in Genshin Impact. This was a little annoying. Like, I was a little peeved by it because that video was recorded 2 patches ago. So that video was recorded at least 3 or 4 months ago. And somebody went into my comment section of that video and was like, basically correcting me. They were like, this can't be the case because basically the events that have unfolded as of currently. So I think they said, like, oh, the spaceship can't be the AI because the Traveler showed up the Traveler showed up on Teyvat after the Heavenly Principles had already taken over. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's because this theory came out months ago and you're arguing the theory against recent new information that contradicts that, you know? It's like people will go into old videos and correct them with new information as if the video was just uploaded. So, I don't know. I just think it's important to keep an open mind, especially when it comes to theory crafting, because number one, it's, you know, like if the game like tells us everything and it's cut and dry from like what you read on screen, then there's really no room for theory crafting in the community. Unless the game doesn't explain certain things. But I think there's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the Heavenly Principles and when it comes to, you know, the creation of this world and, like, especially just the Heavenly Principles in general because they're just so ambiguous. Like, from where they came from to what exactly they are, if they're an alien or a god or a database life form or an AI or whatever the case might be. And, like, their purposes with terraforming and cultivating this world. But the Aloy theory was so good. I actually really liked it. And even if the theory isn't true, the parallels are definitely there. And like that video speaks for itself in that regard. Obviously, I took it a step further with connecting it to the Traveler and the Traveler's journey and how, you know, the Traveler and the Heavenly Principles are like mirrored or like they're basically, you know, the world was basically curated for the Traveler's journey. That's what I basically said. But that still could very well be the case because outside of the timeline, what's exactly disputed? You know? But yeah. Arnold, interested in replaying ZZZ for lore? Of course I am. I don't have the time. I've always talked about going back to ZZZ. I just can't do it yet because I have a lot on my plate right now. I was actually supposed to get into variety streaming this week, but I realized, especially with Snezhnaya coming out, I feel like that would have been a little too much on my plate. So I did have to delay my Ragnarok playthrough, but we're still gonna make it happen this year. I still like the Aloy theory. Thank you. Yeah, I like it too, actually. I think it's great. I actually talked about it when we did the Moon Quest, because there was that one section where the stone circle opens up, and it's all this blue data and, like, light energy and all of that, and I was like, bro, this is literally Horizon Zero Dawn when Aloy goes into, like, the chamber halfway through the game, and she learns about, like, her past and all of that. You never played God of War? No, I have. I played God of War 1, 2, 3. I played Ascension. I played God of War 2018. I haven't played God of War Ragnarok. That's what I was gonna play. But yeah. I feel like the Nouvellette story saying functions ruined and Lumine saying that it's always been about us is still sus, and I think the Heavenly Principles are an AI. Yeah, I think they're like some kind of database life form. And yeah, it's always been about us makes sense because if it's always about them, then it's like, oh, well, this journey's about them, and maybe this journey to Teyvat was fated, right? Maybe it was meant to happen. Especially since they said the spaceship deployed like an emergency crash landing on Teyvat. It's almost like the ship was forcibly routed to Teyvat by something that was out of their control, you know? And they did say that the heavenly, well, not the heavenly principles, they said that the spaceship circled Teyvat one time over, and then they flew off. So, you know, the heavenly principles could have ejected from the ship at that time, and then come back around, and then the ship came back around a second time with Lumine and Aether when they actually came to Teyvat, following, like, that second distress message. But I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and all I'm saying is it's important to, like, kind of keep an open mind with that kind of stuff, especially since we don't have all the answers, and, you know, if the game tells us everything and we're not allowed to think beyond the scope of what we're told, then it's kind of pointless to even have theory crafting or speculations and stuff like that. You know, some people will obviously, like, challenge what you say based on what the game, like, some people will, like, champion the game and what the game says, but I've never been that type of person to be like, oh, well, the game didn't say it, therefore we shouldn't think beyond what the game tells us to think. It's like, I don't know, that's a little weird. Alright, give me 1 second, chat. We can't assume that only when the game says it's true, but we also can't just reject what the game says it's true, if that makes sense. Yeah, like, just because the game... Guys, you know what's crazy? You know what I always link this back to? I always link this back to a piece of lore that the game gave me in version 1.0, right? Legend of the Geo-Archon, God of the Stove. Alright, I got this piece of lore from a commission by an NPC in Liyue in version 1.0 that pretty much sells us the propaganda that the Geo-Archon is the god of the stove. And Marchosius / Guoba is literally just getting his reputation robbed. Hand over fist. Alright? Hand over stove. And this is the reason why I'm constantly, like, suspicious about even what the game says. Yeah, literally stolen valor. Because it wasn't until a year later that we actually learned about who the true god of the stove was. It's not Zhongli, it's Guoba after they freaking lost their memory, before they lost their memories and their power and their size and their status. Right? Like the Moonchase Festival event. And so I always just try to remember this piece of lore, because this is the first time the game fed me something and I believed it. And then a year later, they're like, actually, I lied straight to your face and you fell for it. So, like, this is, like, the biggest piece of evidence that if anything, even if the game straight up says, I mean, maybe we shouldn't be obnoxious about it, right? Like, don't be obnoxious about, like, you know, like, if the game tells us something and we're just like, yeah, but, you know, for example, Egeria created Focalors. I'm sorry, Nibirius created Egeria. That's like a canonical thing that's in the lore. We shouldn't then say, yeah, but... Because I feel like the evidence is tangible enough that it would be hard to explain that outright. You know what I mean? But, like, I do think that things that are less concrete should still be challenged, if that makes any sense. You know, because then otherwise we're just gonna say everything is wrong and all theories are possible, which is obviously not the case. Yeah, Sachin, that's exactly it. Like, we need to verify our sources. Like, there's an NPC right now in Nodcry that says Snezhnaya doesn't exist. I heard what he said. I'm kind of on bro's side, but I'm expecting to go through Snezhnaya with that in the back of my mind. Unlike the God of Stove lore that I literally read and just took for I just took it for what it said. I literally believed it wholeheartedly. I didn't verify shit. I was like, oh, well, the game said it to me, so it must be true. And then I looked like an idiot when Moonchase came out, you know? So, that's the thing. Like, we need to kind of verify our sources and wait and see if we get an answer. But, you know, just keep an open mind at the end of the day. Yeah, for now it still exists, but Snezhnaya is going to be around for the next year, so only time will tell. Alright, with all that yapping out of the way, chat, we are finally ready to start, so I'm going to run the 3-minute ad, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Somebody asked, I have not done the Sandrone tea party with Linny yet, no. I'm a little sniffly today, so I apologize. All right, who should I hang out with today, like for the tea party? Somebody suggested Linny, but I'm open to... Again, this won't be the last one before Snezhnaya. I'll have another stream before Snezhnaya, so we'll be able to get at least 2 more interactions before Snezhnaya. Child or Linny? You read the Celestial Gift Artifact set, right? No, we're reading that today. Child? Okay, a lot of people are saying Child or Linny. Linny is my favorite. Child. Okay. I guess it's gonna be apropos if we do Child then, because I'm reading his Polar Star today as well. Nouvelette sad. Damn, you're crying just like he does. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. All right, chat. Mr. Streamer still has allergy debuff? Yeah. Yeah, co-op is off, by the way. Alright, chat. How does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. Yeah, it's still summertime, so it's gonna be like this until, like, sometime in September, unfortunately. I apologize. I've never seen someone who is allergic all summer. I think people, people always think it's in the spring. I get sick every summer and every winter, actually. It's a seasonal thing. I think it's like the moisture in the air or something, but like, my body reacts poorly to like the extreme heat and the extreme cold. All right, say hi to YouTube chat. We're starting. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing on with another Sandrone interaction before we get into the content for today. We are in Fontaine. It is another day, another tea party hangout. I believe the last interaction we did was with Sandrone and Navia along with Clorand and Columbina, and we got those pretty amazing tabletop troupe outfits for Sandrone and Columbina, which looked awesome. So we are going to be continuing now at chat's request. Actually, I'm going to take chat's request on this because I think I only have maybe 1 or 2 more streams before Snezhnaya comes out. And chat does want me to check out a few interactions, so I feel like it's all up to code. Also, I don't think I read the blurb for Columbina here. So it says, oh wait, actually, hold on. Was it Columbina? No, Navia, sorry. It was Navia's the last one that I didn't check out yet. So, stories make the best pastries. The tabletop troupe is rather interesting, but Columbina, honestly, she still manages to act in ways no one can quite make sense of, even in a story. And that's why you love her. All right, let's not beat around the bush there, Sandrone. All right.
To this tea party.
All right, let's see who we have left. So we have Linny, Nouvelette, Hat Guy. I was recommended to check out Child. So we're gonna do Child's tea party interaction, another Fatui. If this is anything like Arlecchino's, I'm actually like really excited about that. Cause Arlecchino, actually might be Arlecchino and Linny too. Cause Arlecchino gave us a lot of lore about Odette and her connections to Rosalind and Snezhnaya. And we just got Odette's character trailer last night. So, or her character teaser last night rather. So I'm really excited to see what the Harbingers talk about. So we have Tartaglia. He used to be a part of our tea parties as well. Yep, along with Oh Captain, My Captain, Il Capitano, still ranked #1 strongest member of the Fatui Harbingers, by the way. It's a rare chance. I should invite Arlecchino and Columbina. Let's have a tea party just like old times. Oh my god! Holy moly, chat. This might be some Fatui, big Fatui lore here. Just like old times. Alright, let's lock in. Let's see what we have here. Still no Nefer? Yep, we're gonna do this in order. We'll get to them eventually. Alright, let's see. Where the heck are we going? Oh, okay. Are we going back to the same spot? Hold on. I think we are. Yeah, we are. We're literally coming back up here. We were here last time, actually. Yeah, we were here with Arlecchino, so I guess this is just where the Fatui gather for tea parties. Makes sense, because this is their, like, area. This is, like, their area of jurisdiction. Alright. Let's see what we got here, chat.
Well, this is one for the books. Never thought I'd see the day when you'd invite me to one of your tea parties, Sandrone.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. The perfect amount of seats, too.
Perhaps if you'd worked on your etiquette, I would have invited you over sooner.
I agree. It might also help your case if you stopped challenging people to duels all the time.
Yeah, bro's like, yo, can we fight? Can I go fight Raskolnikov over there after we're done?
You sound exactly like my big brothers and sisters. I can't help it. Back when my master was training me in the wild, etiquette wasn't exactly a priority.
Yo, I said it before and I'll say it again. Child's parents be fucking. They have 8 children, including Child. He's got 2 older brothers, 2 older sisters. There's Child, and then there's Tusser, Anton, and Tonya. 8 kids, bro. That is diabolical. And you see the tiny ass house they live in Morpasok? In Snezhnaya? They live in like a tiny freaking, like, wooden cabin. I'm like, how the hell do you guys live? A 10-person household. Crazy.
Forget it. It's not often we manage to get together. Let's just relax and enjoy the moment.
Damn. The Fatui must be subsidizing their whole livelihood. Oh, Faggio. Ooh, oh my god. Oh, that's cool.
Is this your latest creation?
Oh no, is he gonna be like, oh man, what happened to Poloni? Oh damn, she's gone.
Her name is Faggio. It stands for Facilitatrice Automatisée Généraliste Interactive et Omnitage.
All right, can you stop being French? We get it. You're French, all right? Stop trying to stage me up over here, okay? I suck at pronouncing foreign names.
Does this mean Polonia is really beyond repair?
Oh.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sandrone.
Oh my god, Polonia, we still talk about you. I don't know, guys. She's repairing him in her house. Maybe she'll be able to, like, exceed Alen's creation and create a one-of-a-kind. You know what I mean? Like, make him super one-of-a-kind. I don't know. I might be coping.
It's fine.
I'm sorry to hear that I'll never get the chance to fight him.
Sir, you can go. You can leave. You can head out. All right, we'll see you in a couple weeks. We're done here. All right. Ain't no way, bro. Polonia would lay you the fuck out, dude. Where the hell were you when Rerir was here? You wanted your fight? Where were you with Dottore? Okay, like, there were fights. There was no child to be had. Where the hell were you, man, when we needed you? I know he's in the Fatui and he's doing his own thing, but still, there were opportunities.
Of course you are.
Oh, Child.
Polonia looks strong, but this Faggio, on the other hand?
All right, well, they're not offering you to fight them.
Were you about to say she looks weak?
Offended.
No. It's just that she doesn't look quite as strong as Polonia.
Okay, looks can be deceiving, buddy.
Polonia was built for measurements and calculations. I was careful not to compromise his processing power when giving him combat capabilities.
Ooh, so he was kind of nerfed, and he still held his ground against Dottore and Rerir.
But Faggio doesn't need to process complex formulas. All of her computing power can be devoted to her combat module.
Okay, Marionette, you're kind of telling him what he wants to hear. Please stop.
So, that means she's actually stronger than Polonia? Is that even possible?
Brother.
You really won't be satisfied without a demonstration.
Wait, hold on. Are we gonna fight Child? That'd be kind of cool.
Just so we're clear, I'm not paying for any repairs if I break her.
Yo, the same can be said for you, buddy.
And I won't be paying your hospital bill.
Holy moly.
I knew this would happen.
Yeah, poor Arlecchino, man. Arlecchino's like, damn, man. Ah! Chad, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot Columbina was here. She's been so quiet this whole time. Also, do they not have utensils? Is she eating with her mouth? Hello? Sheesh. Oh my gosh. Bina's like, I'm just here for the cake. And for the desserts.
Not bad, these tea parties all in all. If I'd known they were this much fun, I would have attended one sooner.
Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna get a picture with all of us, because this is pretty cool. Alright. Child, we can't take you anywhere, man. I swear to God.
Not bad, these tea parties all in all. Alright, see you next time.
Later. That was pretty entertaining. I like that. Oh, child. What are you gonna learn? Brother's literally head empty, fighting only. Bro, this Cataclysm 2.0 better pop off. Just so Child can get, like, everything that he's been waiting patiently for. Hopefully he doesn't become the fucking destroyer of worlds at the end of it all. You know, because he's, like, so power hungry and, like, obsessed with being strong and strength and conquest and all of that. I don't know what the Grandmaster plan with the Tsaritsa is. I'm also still kind of curious if he's gonna have, like, this third Descender Awakening parallel or at all or anything like that, but you know, only time will tell. But yeah, that was fun. Really, really good. Alright. Chat, where should we go to read the Pale Flame set? Or should we just stay here? Damn, man, I wish we could go to freaking Morpasak or something. I guess we can stay here because it's Fatui adjacent. You know what? We're gonna go to the very top then. All right, I'm gonna be extra about it.
Want me to come along?
Oh my God.
Try and stop me!
Go to the Sanctum of the First Edict? Yeah, but we're reading Fatui lore. That has nothing to do with the Fatui. Oh my gosh! Alright, there we go. You can go to Capitano? No. Let's let Capitano rest, alright? He's a Fatui, but I don't really know if that warrants going all the way to Natland for... It's not like Capitano lore, it's Fatui lore. It's more general to do it here. I did not read the Celestial Gift set yet. We're doing... That's on the list. All right, chat, say hi to YouTube again. We are starting. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We are less than a week away from the release of version 7.0 with Snezhnaya, and all of the lore, the Archon quest, the Fatui, the Saritsa's Grandmaster Plan, the final 2 Gnosis, etc., etc. And I am getting through the last bit of lore reading that we have as Nodcry closes out and as we say goodbye to this incredible nation. We're at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau right now because we are going to be focusing on lore pertaining to the Fatui that I have never read before. We are going to be getting into lore focused on the Pale Flame artifact set that I believe released in version 1.4 or 1.5, as well as the Polar Star weapon that is Child's signature weapon of the Fatui. Now, some people are probably like, that artifact set came out ages ago, Arnold. You should have read it back then. Why didn't you read it at the time? Now, at the time, during like 1.4, 1.5, I wasn't really reading lore necessarily. Like, I hadn't gotten to like actively reading lore because I was still playing the game and figuring out how to go through things and whatnot. And I was also like a fairly small content creator. I didn't have this channel created at the time, etc., etc. And when I ended up doing like lore readings and things of that nature, I started realizing that a lot of the lore that Hoyo kind of gives us and sets us up with don't really become relevant until like at least a year later. And with the Pale Flame set and the Polar Star weapon in particular, one thing that I said to myself really early on in the game was, I know that if I read this lore now, I'm gonna eventually read it again when we eventually get to Snezhnaya. So rather than read it for the first time on my own or early enough where no one would remember or it'd even be relevant, let me wait until I read it when it becomes relevant, which I feel would be before Snezhnaya. Now, before that, yes, I'm probably aware that the Pale Flame set and the Polar Star likely alluded to the other Fatui members before we got introduced to them in the game. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, it's like, oh, well, it tells us about the Fatui before we meet the Fatui. I don't really mind that all too much because I was still relatively intrigued by the Fatui when we got them in Winter Night's Lazo, and, you know, learning about them and getting them in each different nation that we got since the game started with Rosalind. So I'm not too worried, I'm not too hung up about not reading it when it was kind of designated to. But I've never read these sets before. We're going to Snezhnaya next patch. We're getting the remainder of the Fatui Harbingers. And so I felt like if there's any time to read it, if I'm going to read it once, I'm going to read it at its most relevant point, which I feel like is now. So, we're actually going to be starting with the Pale Flame artifact set. This set was a pain in the ass for me to farm, actually. One of the reasons why I never properly built my Eula and even like my physical damage Razor is because this artifact set was one of the absolute worst when it came to RNG and getting like physical drops and like damage that like, or like getting stat like crit rate, crit damage attack that like worked out for Eula and Razor specifically at the time. It was so bad. I have better pieces nowadays, but like I stayed away from this set altogether and like that domain altogether. I think that's also the set that pairs with the Tenacity, which I have a shit ton of really good Tenacity pieces. Like my Zhongli is full build Tenacity. He's got like 55k HP. But yeah, long story short, I never liked farming this set, so the fact that we're reading it now, maybe that was a good thing, that I distanced myself from it. Alright, so we do have a particular reading order. We're going to be doing Sands, Flower, Goblet, Plume, and Circlet. So we're going to be starting first and foremost with the Sands. Moment of cessation. Moment of cessation. A pocket watch with a a pocket watch with a cover that cannot be opened, yet it ticks and talks away, following the inexorable flow of time. Oh, and that's another thing too. You can tell that this is a version 1.4, 1.5 artifact set because this is all that's there. It's got literally one clear page of text, and that's about it. The more recent artifact, like we're going to be reading other sets later today. We're going to be reading the Celestial Gift set. We're going to be reading the Disenchantment set. And those are just freaking essaying per artifact piece. So we're clearly in a different time frame right now. We're definitely in like the different early era of Genshin Impact lore when it came to the artifact set lore especially. All right, let us begin. Okay, this is money is the first line, and already I'm like, holy shit, this is Pantalone. Because Pantalone, we got him last patch in the Archon quest, Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, and he's also going to be in Snezhnaya. 07's to the Chainsmoker. He's on a timer now, boys. All right, let's begin. Money is the lifeblood of the world, and the pathways along which its flow. Sorry, let me read that again. Money is the lifeblood of the world, and the pathways along which it flows are the world's arteries. Then, the center of the world is the heart made of pure gold. He was not one of the favored. Oh, okay, so I think that implies he doesn't have a vision, by the way. He was not one of the favored and could only pursue worldly power. Yet, but though money ought to mean nothing to the gods, they held it firmly within their grasp nonetheless, along with the countless other forms of power that they wielded. That's very interesting. So they're basically, like, this is kind of implying that, like, damn, Pantalone wasn't favored by the gods with divine powers like the manipulation of the elements through a vision, and even the gods like Zhongli held ultimate dominion over money, which is the lifeblood of the world. You can't survive without money in the world. Money makes the world go round. Money is the root of all evil, etc., etc. So Pantalone was probably like, what the fuck, man? The gods screw me over by not giving me a vision, and they screw me over by having ultimate control over the wealth of the world that us mere mortals have to scrounge to collect in order to survive. So he probably has it, like, he probably has a personal grudge with Zhongli in particular. So yeah, I don't blame him at all for being in his predicament. Perhaps he lusted for money because he had once been destitute. Or perhaps the fact that the gods have never or perhaps the fact that the gods had never looked upon him with favor ignited a burning desire of resistance inside him. The people of the land from which these coins hailed revere contracts above all else. Yep, Morax. In the name of money, I shall respect the contract between us. We shall, by whatever means necessary, become the heart that pumps money around the world. And when the moment comes, that heart shall cease beating by our will alone. Chat. Holy shit. You know what? This is so crazy because Pantalone, like, first off, Zhongli retired, so he can't produce Mora anymore. And now, Regrator Pantalone is essentially Teyvat's banker. Right? Mans has, like, full control over, like, the economy system. He writes and pays our freaking Adventurers Guild checks. You know what I mean? Like, bro was literally, like, quite literally started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now in version 7.0, Pantalone controls the economic struggles of the world, for better and for worse, you know? So it's like the tables are turned, and now Zhongli is the broke bitch. He doesn't even have 2 Mora coins to rub together. It's so bad that bro is creating his own, like, Bitcoin, like his own Rex coin, like, counterfeit, like, economy scam or whatever. So it's kind of crazy how, like, how the turntables, like, Pantalone started off poor and destitute and, like, you know, like being sold off to the Fatui, and Zhongli was the Geo Archon, the founder of money and Mora and power, wealth power, and, like, divine power. And now Zhongli is no longer the Geo Archon. He didn't have any money saved up before he retired, and Pantalone is now, like, the banker. Like, he's the guy. So, I think that's very interesting. And he's basically, like, challenging... He's basically going ban for ban right now with the Geo Archon, and Zhongli's losing. Which is kind of crazy. But yeah, very, very, very intriguing. Alright, let's see. Alright, next up. Alright, next up we have... My gosh, I apologize, guys. I'm literally so under the weather today. Alright, next up we have the flower. Stainless bloom. A hard, blue, artificial flower. Its petals shall never wither, nor shall its color fade. Alright, let us see who this one is about. You astound me. You have but a human body, yet you carry such a power within you. You claim that you have no tears left to cry, no blood left to shed, but surely this is because you have filled yourself... Surely this is because you have filled yourself with fire. Holy shit, chat. This is Piero talking to Rosalind, the Crimson Witch of Flame. So I do know, at the very least, from the Crimson Witch of Flame artifact set, that Piero found Rosalind when she was in her Crimson Witch of Flame era, like burning herself slowly but surely to ashes, and he offered her the cryo delusion in order to safeguard her life and like kind of get her emotions under control. And pretty much he like allowed her to like shield, like crystallize herself as Rosalind and awaken as La Signora. And wow, this is so freaking cool. Though your body has long since been covered in scars, fierce flames are all that now may flow like molten iron from your eyes and your wounds. But we appear to have gotten off topic. I followed a trail of smoke and tracked you down because I wished to strike a deal with you. Let the flames that now devour you be extinguished by the grace of Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. What say you? The first Fetus gave power to a young woman in whom the flame of life had all but died. And in her wild imaginations, she saw a line that lay between the corrupt past and a stainless future. I understand. Then let glacial ice take the place of my erased past and extinguish these undying flames. Let the darkness of corruption, the pain of the world, and the human beasts, and the sins they carry all be purified by silent ice. But despite this, a pure white flame continued to burn inside her heart. I'm sorry, let me read that again. But despite this, a pure white flame continued to burn within her heart. We shared the same goal, you, your Tsaritsa, and I. Cleanse the source of distortion in this world, short-sighted, ignorant gods, and the darkness and corruption of the abyss. Good. I will do whatever it takes to become an effective instrument in the advancement of our common cause. That's what she was referring to in the Sandrone animated short. Right? When they were like, oh, Rosalind, why did you join the Fatui? She was like, you know, there are aspects of the Tsaritsa's goal that I align with, that I agree with. Right? And Rosalind's whole thing, and it's kind of, Rosalind's story is like incredibly tragic, which is why she's like one of my favorite harbingers. The fact of the matter was, after Rostam died, she became the Crimson Witch of Flame to rid the world of monsters. She became this lava creature, this lava-based individual with manipulation over like fire and lava and all of that. And she was literally cleansing the world of monsters, the abyss, etc. But in the process of doing that, she herself appeared to be a monster to the common people. And the people like shamed her and shunned her away and were afraid of her. To the point where she was like, why are y'all afraid of me? I'm doing y'all a favor. I'm trying to cleanse this world of evil. And in doing so, she also became like associated with evil and like villainy, and like we don't want to associate ourselves with that. So in her attempts to help the world, she became villainized by those same people. So it was also in that regard that she was like kind of done with the world. She's like, damn, my lover's dead, and even when I tried to do good, it still wasn't enough. And then the Piero found her and was like, hey, we want to cleanse the world just like you. Will you help us do that? And that's why she joined. She's like, you know what? I wanted to cleanse the world once. And if the Tsaritsa is guaranteeing that this will happen, I will offer my aid to that pursuit. So she kind of spoke to Rosalind's original motivations in the beginning as well. So, all right, so let's see. The last line here, it says, for even if I dress in pure white from head to toe, the ashes of the dead that have long left their stain on every inch of my being can never be cleansed. Holy cinema. Rosalind Krushka Lohafalter, the fair lady, La Signora. We still talk about you? Guys, I'm going, I really hope her grave is, like, not too far off the beaten path from Snezhnaya and the Archon quest. I wonder if we're actually going to go there at all during the Archon quest or not, or even if we meet Odette. Because that's another thing, too. The Odette trailer just came out last night. I did a reaction to it and everything. And one sentiment that people in the community, and to an extent myself, too, are wondering is how things are going, like how the interaction is going to be in regards to the Traveler meeting the rest of the Fatui, and especially meeting Odette, who seemed to be really close to Rosalind. Like, Rosalind was her mentor within the Fatui, and she's dead because of the Traveler instigating a duel that she agreed to, but she would have never been in that predicament to agree if the Traveler didn't challenge her before the throne of A. You know what I mean? So, like, the circumstances of her death were catalyzed and instigated by the Traveler. So, and the Traveler knew what the cost was for that, and he gambled with his life as well. So, not to say that Rosalind's choices weren't her own. I do think, like, at the end of the day, Rosalind got. You know, she was way too cocky, condescending, hubristic, and it caught up to her, just like Scaramouche said. But I still wonder, to an extent, how or if Odette will have any type of reservations about the Traveler for that specifically, which you know, is still up in the air right now. But you know, obviously they're gonna have to. I don't know if they're even gonna. I don't know. I don't know if they'll broach that subject or not, because you know, I wasn't expecting to get a character like Odette that's incredibly close to Rosalind until now, so we'll have to wait and see. But, fantastic read. I miss Rosalind. She was awesome. And it sucks that we got her lore. I mean, we got her lore before she died, like, right from the Crimson Witch of Flame set, but at the same time, it's like, damn, man, I wish there was more of a story for her in the present, but she did exist 500 years ago, so her death almost kind of felt tragically overdue by this point. Alright, so that's number 2. The next artifact set we have is the Goblet. Wait, is it the Goblet? Hold on. Yeah, Goblet. Alright, we have Surpassing Cup. An intricately made cup. Its appearance betrays nothing of its age to an observer. Oh my god, this is ridiculously short. Holy moly. He was born with a face fairer than any other, destined to a long life and a hollow will. He was a transcendent being, divinely created. Oh, this is Scaramouche. He was a transcendent being, divinely created, but he was cast aside like worthless dross. Oh boy. The 3 failures. Right in A. I swear to God, we need to get A this year, right, chat? Like, it's been so long since she's been in the picture. Right? I think the last time A was in the picture was during the Mikawa Flower Festival, which was almost 2 years ago at this point. But of all the Archons that we've seen and we've gotten interactions with, especially in the last year, Zhongli was in the picture for Zabai, Venti was in the picture for the Mondstadt event and the Archon quest with, and the story quest with Varka. Nahida was in the Archon quest with Mawika. Farina has been featured, especially in events and stuff like that. So, like, the only Archon that's been literally MIA for the longest, and also hasn't interacted with any of the other Archons, has been A. And I feel like it's time. I feel like it has to, like, We need reveals for A. We need to know what's up with that statue of the omnipresent god. We need to know about her connections with, you know, does she have a connection with any of the shades, or is there anything more between her, Zhongli, and the Tsaritsa? Because I feel like the three of them are the most sus archons out of all of them. Her plane of euthymia is also a little questionable as well. So, I don't know. A feels like an anomaly, and I'm curious if we're gonna get... I'm hopeful that we'll get some type of A lore this year. And I really, really, really want them to find a way to recreate or, like, have Scaramouche and A interact. Even if it's one-sided from Scaramouche's perspective, because he knows who she is, and he hasn't interacted with her since his birth. You know what I mean? Like, that's the one thing I want. I want Wanderer to, like, have some type of reaction to his creator, right? To his mother. Especially since he's gone through such a massive character arc. I feel like A is the last piece of that character arc for him. So, I'm hoping, and I look forward to eventually getting that. Alright, let us continue. He was a transcendent being, divinely created, but he was cast aside like worthless dross. Yet, due to an error that cannot be known, he roused himself from slumber and began to wander the mortal realm. Before the Fatui found him, he had drifted for countless years, but at that time, this was what his experience had taught him. I am a human who surpasses all others. Even the gods daren't meddle in my fate. Neither mortal nor god, nor fate itself is qualified to be my judge. I am free to choose who I wish to spend the remainder of my day. I am free to choose how I wish to spend the remainder of my days. Since these mask-wearing people are so fun to be around, I think I'll become one of them. Damn. Oh, Scaramouche, Wanderer, you are such an evolved character. He has such a great character arc. He's one of my favorite characters. Patrick Pedraza is one of my favorite, like, voice talent for the, especially because of his performance with Scaramouche over the years. From Scaramouche to Kuni Kazushi to Kabuki Mono to Wanderer now to Hat Guy and everything else in between. All of the interactions with Durin have been fantastic as well. And so I just need Patrick Pedraza and Anyatko to just go off and give us, like, the closure of his character arc. Just like we got with Kale at the end of the Sumeru Archon quest with Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha. Like, I need closure for Wanderer's arc at this point. So, only time will tell, but I'm hopeful. Alright, next up we have the Plume. What? Oh, okay. Well, we all know who this one is, guys, surely. Wise Doctor's Pinion. An ominous pinion with edges of unsurpassing keenness. Perhaps it represents an unnaturally Perhaps it represents an unnaturally uninhibited nature. Okay, this is the Doctor. This is Dottore, for sure. Zandik. A human is nothing more than a machine of a certain level of complexity. There it is, guys. Wrap it up, guys. Yep, there it is. That's where it all went wrong. It's like, yep, humans are just toys to be played with and to push the limits of their complexity. Holy moly. Thus declared the youth from his lectern in the seedbed of wisdom. Okay, so this is him during his time in the academia. Damn, was that him? Was he, like, getting in front of it? Was that, like, his thesis? He's like, all right, my first line that I want to address. Humans are nothing more than machines, and I'm trying to break them. They were like, yeah, sir, you're expelled. Get out of here. If one were to disassemble a part of this machine and make enhancements to it, its performance could be greatly amplified. With or without a vision, irrespective of their physique or with or without a vision, and irrespective of their physical or combat skills, enhanced humans would surely display strength far beyond the average. Yeah, he's like, you know what? I kind of want to experiment on humans and see how far we can push ourselves evolutionally. Oh boy, chat. Yeah, that's, those are some red flags if I've ever seen them, surely. Enhanced humans? I wonder if he was talking about, like, his segments, because he also, like, experimented on himself, technically. Despite the risk of being denounced as a heretic and permanently cast from the circle of the wise, the youth candidly jotted down these thoughts in the margins of his research notes. 1. As anticipated, no research breakthroughs are possible, given the working style of the academia. 2. Nevertheless, being expelled would be a loss. One needs an environment conducive to research. Yeah. So basically, he's like, I know what I'm saying sounds crazy, but I can't reveal this just yet because I'll get expelled otherwise. Following a trail of rumors of hearsay, the first of the Fatui tracked him down. Oh, wow, Piero again. I didn't know that he got recruited by... I wonder if Piero tracked out all of them, because I remember... I think it was the Wanderer Archon quest that we did, but I remember we got a voice line of Piero's first meeting with Scaramouche. So I wonder if Piero personally, like, recruited all of these Harbingers himself. I think that'd be kind of badass. You know, because I thought, like, the higher-ups would get the... I thought the higher-ups would hire some minor Fatui Harbingers and then would have them go and recruit others. But I guess it makes more sense that Piero would do it himself, and he would be very delicate in who he chooses and why he chose them and whatnot. So that's really cool. And yeah, and I also would say too, if I had read this when it originally came out, I would have doubly clocked that. I mean, I was already on the cusp of making that deduction at the time, but by the time we got to Sumeru and we started seeing all of the Zandik notes, that, I mean, I'm pretty sure people who read this immediately clocked Zandik as Dottore. I did the same as well in 3.0 Sumeru, but I didn't have this as, like, as a backbone or as a foundation for my thoughts on that. So I think that's really cool too, that they also gave us the Zandik breadcrumbs in Sumeru, and we were still able to come to that same conclusion. All right, so let us continue. Following a trail of rumors of hearsay. Following a trail of rumors of heresy, the first of the Fatui tracked him down. Merely an enhanced human. If your great nation could furnish me with sufficient resources and ample time, I would even manufacture that which you would call a god. Would you say? What say you? Hold on, I'm gonna read that again. Merely an enhanced human? If your great nation can furnish me with sufficient resources and ample time, I could even manufacture that which you call a god. What say you? He did that. Bro literally was like, give me the time and money, and I will turn Scaramouche into a god. That's literally what he did. He created, you know, the Scaramouche, like, god project in the Sumeru Archon quest, which is super cool. In the desert that shone bright like liquid gold, he inquired of the Snezhnayan diplomat, will you treat me like the academia did? Will you call me a monster, a madman? Or will you treat me as my hometown did and chase me away with pitchforks and clubs? Okay. All right, this is where the sympathizers come out the woodwork and they're like, see? He was treated like subhuman by his own village, by his own colleagues, poor Dottore. And I guarantee you he gave them valid reason to do so. Yeah, it's like, oh man, they chased a child, a baby, out of town with pitchforks and clubs. Don't worry, Dottore, I'll take care of you. All right, no shade, by the way. I'm just saying, I could see it in my mind's eye. This is where it started. Version 1.4, 1.5 with this artifact set. However, good. Then we are now in partnership. As for the matter of your title, what do you say to this? Taken completely by surprise by the sheer irony of the title, he was given, the young man burst into hysterical laughter. The doctor. Il Dottore. Holy moly. Zandique, welcome to the club, my guy. And yeah, like, this is pretty much Dottore down to a T. He was just younger than he is now, but, you know, this is very consistent with his character, even in his adult life. I mean, to the point where his segments are unchanging, so you couldn't really change Dottore or any of the segments because they were basically trapped in time of, like, they weren't able to, like, evolve beyond themselves, which was, like, a blessing and a curse after Zandique died. So, it is what it is. And I think last we have the circlet. Mocking mask. Okay, this is probably Piero then. A mask that covers the face, hiding one's expressions from others. Holy shit, chat. We have the GOAT. I also want to say, since we're talking about masks here, 07s to the Uncle Tion Piero NPC meme that has given me nothing but constant gut-busting laughs and joy for the last, I don't know how many, ever since Winter Night's Lazo came out. I laugh at that freaking meme just thinking about it. It's so funny. But now Piero has evolved. His design looks fantastic in the 7.0 special program trailer. I can't wait to meet him. He has a fully like realized model. I don't know if he's gonna be playable though, but even if he isn't, like, I'm so excited. Like, none of the Fatui have, like, disappointed me, essentially. And with this being the director, number 0 technically, the first recruit of the Tsaritsa, who's also Conrian adjacent, right? He's a member of Conria. That means he has connections, or he probably at least knows of the 5 sinners. Rheindotter mentioned that he was an old colleague of hers. He definitely most likely knows Dainsleif. So I have such big expectations for Piero more than ever. I don't know if he's gonna be a weekly boss. I don't know if he's gonna be an antagonist for us, or if he's gonna be on our side until the plan against the Heavenly Principles happens. I wonder if he's gonna fight Renova. I wonder if he's gonna fight the Heavenly Principles alongside the Tsaritsa and the Shades. I have so many. I'm like so excited for this man. I can't wait. All right, here we go. Since the stain of my compatriot's blood cannot be cleansed, I shall become the jester who laughs in the face of fate. That explains the title, the Courtroom Jester. Since my level of learning cannot compare to, since my level of learning could not compare with the sages, I failed to earn the favor of the previous ruler. Ah. Chat, that like all but confirms it then, right? Eftervit was the vice president of the Universitas Magistrorum who lost his chance at the seat for chairman in favor of Hroptatyr, who is the chairman of the Universitas Magistrorum. So I think this is vice president. I think Piero is vice president Vit / Eftervit is his full name. And he couldn't earn the favor of King Irmin. And I guarantee you he's pissed at Hroptatyr, which means Hroptatyr, I pray to God in heaven. Can you imagine 2 sinners pulling up in Snezhnaya? Rheindotter's already there playing chess with her, like, great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, right? The Tsaritsa. She's a sinner and a shade. And a freaking, well, she's a sinner, a shade. I mean, what isn't she? A Hexenzirkel witch. So she's already one sinner. But, like, to have a sinner that could potentially have beef with Piero show up as well would be so freaking cool. I would love that. And I've been hoping that we get that for the last couple of months now. So I do think that Eftervit and Hroptatyr will have issues because Hroptatyr just let King Irmin do whatever the hell he wanted. You know, it's like, you know what? I'm not going to fight the king because the king's kind of unstable. I'll just tell the king what he wants to hear, and I'll let him do whatever so I can get whatever I want. And Eftervit and Piero's probably like pissed off about that. It's like, oh, well, you enabled his behavior, which led to the fall of our nation. So I have even more issues with you because if I was the chairman, I wouldn't let that shit slide. You know, I feel like he had the same demeanor as Dainsleif. Like, he would, like, fight against his king in order to save the nation. So, this is super cool, and I have so many expectations. I really hope we get another sinner besides Rhine-Daughter. Since my level of learning could not compare with the sages, I failed to earn the favor of the previous ruler. So too did I fail to stop them from tearing away the veil of sin, ushering in the tides of divine wrath, destruction, and foolishness. Yep, so the cataclysm. Then I shall become instead a fool, a fatuus, and devote myself to her majesty, who understands my pain. My name is Piero, the jester. Please listen to the words I have to say. Proud Fatui heart. Oh, okay, so he's like talking to the Fatui as a whole. Proud Fatui comrades, I know your hearts harbor both the fires of rage and the cold of eternal winter. Each of us has bore witness to the absurd callousness of the foundational principles of this world, aka the rules of the heavenly principles. So let us don our masks in mockery of the world as we go forth and rewrite the rules of destiny. Holy cinema. Yeah, that's Piero's declaration right there. It's like, I'm the jester because I'm laughing at you right now. This shit's hilarious. You got me fucked up. And at the end of the day, I'm also gonna have the last laugh once we take down Celestia. But here's the thing, chat. I think this is what's gonna happen, right? I actually think the Fatui are going to succeed. I think it is going to be the ultimate irony, because I think the Tsaritsa will kill Renova. I think that's going to cause some type of crazy backlash, right? If killing an Archon disperses the energy and causes a freaking cataclysmic event, I don't know what the hell it means to kill a Shade. Does that mean no one can die? Because the rules of death are, like, negated because you somehow killed the Shade of Death? Basically, what I'm getting at is, I feel like I think the Tsaritsa is gonna kill Renova. I think Piero and the Tsaritsa are going to progress with their plans. And I don't know if the other Shades are just going to, like, let things happen. We don't know where Asmodee is. Seems like Rhine-Daughter is in cahoots with the Tsaritsa. And Istaroth is kind of like a wild card at this moment. I think the Heavenly Principles are going to die. Right? Like that line about what's the price of killing a god. I wonder if that was addressed to Renova, if that's who their target is right now. But they ultimately want the Heavenly Principles. And I think they're going to kill the Heavenly Principles. And when the Heavenly Principles dies, everything that they have done to safeguard and protect the world, the false sky will fall, the elements, right? The elements will be, like, I don't know if the elements will basically stop working or whatever, but basically all of the safeguards, all of the barriers and the parameters that have safeguarded Teyvat from the Abyss are going to fall. And then the Dark Destroyer is going to show up, and they're not going to have any way to protect themselves. They're going to have themselves, and that's it. You know what I mean? And maybe that's the ultimate thing. It's like, you know what? If we can't fight for our own survival, then maybe we deserve to be wiped out. Not deserved, but maybe it's fated that we're meant to be destroyed. But if we can't protect ourselves and can't defend ourselves and we need to be locked up in a cage in order to be safe, that's a worse fate than dying. You know, being shackled in this prison. So I actually think that's what's going to happen. I think Renova's going to die. I think the other Shades might die as well. But ultimately, I do think the Heavenly Principles are going to fall. I think every system that they have set up in Teyvat will fall along with them. And I think that the Abyss is going to flood Teyvat. And it's literally going to be a Cataclysm 2.0. And I don't know if Paimon might have to be like the new system. Dude, that'd be crazy if the Heavenly Principles dies and Paimon replaces the Heavenly Principles and she becomes like the new system of the new world and wants to protect everything. And obviously she's not going to be like evil and like apathetic to everything that happened as a result, maybe. But it would be anticlimactic for the Tsaritsa and the Fatui to do all of this, and then their plan doesn't work. It makes a lot more sense from like a build-up and attention and like a story-driven point for their plans to succeed, and then they immediately have to deal with the consequences of their actions because they were uninformed on what this whole system was set up for in the beginning, right? They have a very skewed understanding of what the Heavenly Principles agenda is. They see it as, this world sucks. You know, it's kind of like the grass is always greener. It's like, okay, well, if you kill me and you get to see what the world beyond Teyvat is really like, maybe you'll have some perspective to understand, holy shit, we didn't realize it was this bad. We just thought our lives were kind of shit. And now we realize that we can't undo our actions and we gotta fight or die. So I wonder if that's like what is gonna happen ultimately. The problem is the Shades are stronger than the Archons, so how will the Tsaritsa kill Renova? Well, here's the thing. You can't expect the Tsaritsa to do all of this and realize, oh, but I can't beat a Shade. I guess I have to stop. There's no way the Tsaritsa's doing all this if she doesn't think she can win. And the thing is, we don't know what her trump card is. We don't know what she's Project Stuzha. She's gonna have Mistletoe, which is like the Sword of Thrain in Norse mythology that was created to kill a god. Maybe she'll create like this all-powerful, like, the God's Bane, right? This freaking Sword of Destruction that works specifically on Shades and the Heavenly Principles. She's gonna create a Heavenly Principle destruction sword or spear or whatever, and it's created specifically to kill the Shades and the Heavenly Principles. And so I feel like that might be what Project Stuzha is. It's like, you know, it's gonna be like a freaking ice beam that opens a portal to Celestia, and it's gonna be a spear made of mistletoe that can just fucking kill a god. And, you know, and everything else happens as it happens. But this was an exceptional artifact set read. I really, really love this. I'm really happy that I finally got to read it. This actually has me more excited because obviously we got Dottore, Rosalind, and Scaramouche, but we still got Pantalone's story. We still have Piero's story. You know, we don't know anything about Puccinella. You know what I mean? Like, other than, like, the little bits of connective lore that we have. He's the mayor of Snezhnaya. I think he's a Domovoy Fae. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of infighting between him and Pantalone as well. So we have little bits of information. He also watches over Child's family when Child's away, so on and so forth. So, awesome artifact read. We are now going to check out Child's signature weapon, because I have also not read the Polar Star. And so we gotta add this to the list. And I think this also references the Fatui to an extent. So we have the Polar Star, a pristine bow that is as sharp as the glaciers of the far north. All right. Actually, we're going to run an ad real quick, and then we're going to continue reading. I'm really curious as to why the Tsaritsa has Pantalone hoarding Mora because it can't be used for funding. I'm pretty sure Mora can be transmutable. So maybe that has something to do with it. Like, actually, you know what would be crazy, bro? You know how they say that Mora is basically created from the blood of Zhongli? Right? They say Mora was created from, like, Deus Ori's blood. So technically, that is an Archon's blood, right? Or like the Heaven Star's blood. I wonder if they would use the Mora and transmute it into like the Mistletoe weapon, because it's created with God's blood. It's created with Heaven Star. You know, it's created with the blood of a being that is of divinity status. I think that would be kind of cool. If they, like, transmute it into something else, maybe. Using God's blood. Can't transmute anything without alchemy? Well, here's the thing. Alchemy is banned. But I'm pretty sure it was banned by the Tsaritsa for others to use. I'm sure the Tsaritsa wouldn't mind using alchemy when it matters to their plan. Also, maybe Rheindotter will make it. She's an alchemist. I'm sure she doesn't care about the rules of no alchemy in Snezhnaya. That rule wasn't in place for the Tsaritsa. That rule was in place for common folk, for the public. So, you know, it's quite literally rules for thee, but not for me. And I think that's how that might apply to the Tsaritsa. Do we know why it's banned? Probably because it has something to do with the creation of the Fae. The Fae were created using a forbidden techniques or something like that, which I assume it was like ancient alchemy. But alchemy can essentially create life, and like creating life never ends well, right? Like the life is ungovernable and it brings destruction. I mean, look at Rheindotter's creation. So maybe, actually, you know what? Rheindotter created a lot of abyssal abominations and like alchemical creations that had a hand in the cataclysm. So maybe that's a precaution. It's like we can't have alchemy be a part of things because we can't trust that it won't get out of control in Snezhnaya. Especially since, can you imagine Fae using alchemy? The Fae themselves are like a creation of ancient life and power. And so, like, with their knowledge, I can't imagine them being able to do something like that. Oh, hold on. Here's another thing too, chat, right? In regards to, I'm pretty sure, I don't know where I read this, but I read it somewhere. I don't know if it was his flavor text or if it was like, the description of a YouTube video or something, but I'm pretty sure Childe has referred to himself as like the Tsaritsa's weapon. So if Mistletoe is like a weapon that's going to be used to destroy the heavenly principles, I wonder if Pantalone is going to get all the Mora, and Pantalone gets all the Mora, and then it's converted into like this Mistletoe weapon, and then Childe wields it maybe. Because, oh my god, actually, what if the Tsaritsa gave Childe the ultimate sparring opponent? The ultimate test of his combat prowess and abilities. You can fight the god of this world. You can fight the heavenly principles. We're gonna give you an in, and we're gonna give you this souped up weapon to do it, and you can just go crazy. And that's his contributions to Project Stuzha and to the Tsaritsa's plan. She gives him like this mistletoe spear, right? Because when he goes into his ultimate, like his swords become like almost kind of like a spear almost. Like his elemental burst. And he's adept in all forms of weapons. It's just the bow that he's not very good with. But that'd be kind of cool. I'm not saying that he would kill him, that he would kill the heavenly principles, but I wonder if that would be like her motivation to be like, Child's gonna be my champion. He's gonna be the wielder of Mistleton, and he's gonna spearhead that initial confrontation, you know? And maybe Mistleton will give him a buff, and maybe that will play into like the alluded third Descender parallels. I'm not too sure. But Child's obviously, I think Child's gonna have some type of destiny, some type of main focus in this, some kind of main focus in this plan. And outside of doing grunt work and going back and forth between nations, Child hasn't really contributed all that much. And I don't think he's going to until it's time to fight, because that's Child's whole thing. He just wants to fight anything that moves so he can test the limits of his power. And I think, you know, the last thing he fought was the Narwhal, and he struggled with that, but that was a while ago. So, I don't know, maybe he'll fight the Heavenly Principles, or maybe a Shade or something, I don't know. But I think that'd be kind of cool. You know what would be also crazy is if he goes up against the Heavenly Principles, and the Heavenly Principles literally just, like, kills Child and cuts him up into 7 pieces or something. That would also be, like, a little bit too on the nose if that were to happen. But yeah, like, a piece for every... I assume this sounds a little morbid, but I assume the third Descender got cut up from limb to limb, right? So 2 arms, 2 legs, the torso, the head, and then maybe the heart. And those were the 7 pieces that became the Gnosis, if I had to guess. Like, they were just like... They're just, like, compressed down into, like, these little tiny chess pieces. So, yeah, and then the Tsaritsa has the heart piece. But, I don't know. I actually thought about that fairly recently. I was like, huh, I wonder how they turned into 7 pieces. And then I was like, well, the limbs and, you know, the extremities also all kind of have, yeah, I guess the 7 chakras too. That kind of makes sense as well. But yeah, so a lot to think about, I would say. All right, gamers. He'll miss his crits and die? Damn, bro. That's messed up. What are you trying to say? Leave Child alone, okay? Child's still fun to play in 2026. It's hard out here, man. All right, gamers, let's lock in. Okay. All right, so we have Polar Star. I was once a wounded wolf, betrayed by the whole world. But we shall create a new world, one in which no one shall ever be forsaken. Dressed in flawless garments as radiant as a midday... Dressed in flawless garments as radiant as the midday, we came to the land of silver snow and sounded the clarion of Her Majesty's greatness. Okay, so this might be Piero talking, right? I was once a wounded wolf, betrayed by the entire world, so like scarred by the cataclysm and the fall of Conria. Dressed in flawless garments as radiant as midday, and then they came to the Tsaritsa and they came to Snezhnaya to start anew. Oft have we walked in the moonless nights. Oft have we drudged through the gilded sands. So, that sounds like Sumeru, the desert. Oft have we felt piercing enmity in the dark. So that sounds like the abyss. Oft have we dreamed of lovers in distant hometowns. But the pale flame yet burns in our breasts. O harbingers, scintilling as polar stars, guide us ever onward, tireless. As your faded dream, as your dreams find no acceptance. I'm struggling today. If your dreams find no acceptance, if you nurse wounds that will not fade, if you end each day discontent, if you burn with fury against false promises, lift up your eyes to the white glimmering stars, for that is our banner. Oh my god, the pale star. Holy shit, that's peak. Join our ranks. Let our marching boots shake the earth like thunder. You who will march with us towards the pole star of the white night, come. We shall never abandon you. You who will walk with us in the land of darkness, come. We shall create a new world together. Know that the destruction of all precedes the birth of a new order. At devastation's end, we will greet a stainless dawn. Not gonna lie though, the Fatui are starting to sound a little bit like, Nanook. They're like, through destruction, we will have a new beginning. So in order to start over, we gotta undo this flawed system. We gotta burn away everything. We gotta destroy everything. And we have to start over. And from that start over, we will usher in a perfect future. These are the lyrics from the Snezhnaya concert. Oh, well, I didn't know that until just now. I only got like a one. I didn't even see all the lyrics, by the way. But yeah, I had no idea. I didn't read this until now, so that's actually really spot on. So damn, they were like chanting the freaking Snezhnaya national anthem at that point. That's so cool. What will you do for your country? Join the Fatui Harbingers today. You know, I'd be like, yo, where do I sign up? As long as I can lead under, oh, Captain, my Captain, Il Capitano, still ranked #1 strongest member of the Fatui Harbingers, by the way. I will fight for a better tomorrow. God, I wish that were me. That would be so peak. Yeah, this was spectacular. This was awesome, man. I'm actually really glad that I waited to read these now, because that is literally the Tsaritsa's plan, or really Piero's mandate made manifest, right? We're going to witness and see that for ourselves in real time over these next few months with Snezhnaya releasing. And, I don't know, that's just super exciting. I thoroughly enjoyed the lore reading session. I hope you guys did as well. It's been a long time coming, but now that we're getting into Snezhnaya in the next couple of, or less than a week at the time of recording, we're gonna learn a lot more about Project Stuzha. We're gonna learn a lot more about the Tsaritsa's plans and everything else in between. So, and I'll definitely be there with the Ark Conquest and everything else in between. But thank you guys all so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. We're gonna take a short little intermission because we do have a lot more lore to get through for this video. But we're gonna end it off here. So I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, leave your thoughts in the comment section down below. And we will see you all in the next video. Take care. All right. That was a banger recording. Pale Flame, Polar Star, wrapped up. Also, somebody asked earlier if this is going to be uploaded immediately after. Probably not, because I am going to have some of these videos immediately edited for the main channel, and I want them to be up on the main channel before the VOD goes up. So if you're here live, you'll get to see it. If you're not, you can either sub for the VOD if you really want to see it that badly. But the VODs will be available for my existing subs and my existing channel members, because they're entitled to these VODs. And then they'll be uploaded to the YouTube channel in a couple of days. All right, chat. Where should we read Celestial Gift? I was thinking Amsfartnir. I was kind of thinking Amsfartnir. But I was also thinking maybe Nicole's house. Because Amsfartnir has, like, vocal music, and that might clash a little bit. Why do you have 444 resin? Those were my... I put my transient resin in there. I want to have extra resin ready for Snezhnaya so I can immediately start, farming the new content. Because I have enough money. I have nothing to farm now. And instead of using it on resources I don't need, I'd rather just stockpile. Because I had to use my transient resin because they expire this week. Did you hear that Joshua Waters is voicing the new male protag in the next upcoming Fire Emblem? No, I haven't. That's cool. I'm not really... I don't really hear ever about Fire Emblem just because I've never played it. Why the Temple of Space, chat? Isn't this set about, like, Celestia? Oh, is it because of, I guess it's technically because the Temple of Space is related to Celestia. Hold on, let me see how this would go. Is that a Roomba? Yeah, kinda. Functionally, yes, it's a Roomba. Oh. God, I love this place. Hyperborea is gonna be so cinema. Oh my god, 111? Yeah, that is crazy, bro. Jeez. I'm an old strimmer. Ugh, excuse me. Alright, let's see what we got here. Celestial Gift. Yeah. Chat, you know what's crazy? I was like, yeah, look at what we read nowadays. The freaking Pale Flame set. There's barely any scrolling, and then you come to the latest artifact set in the game, and it's like, holy moly. Genuine essaying. Alright, chat. Let's lock in. Hold on, let me go to Nicole's place. I don't know if I can do it there just because there's vocals and that might clash a little bit. All right, I know where I'm gonna go. I know where we're gonna go. All right, chat, say hi to YouTube. We're gonna start right now. Actually, I need to make sure I'm recording. All right, chat. Say hi to YouTube, and so we can start. We need to say hi to the YouTube chatters. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading video. We are continuing on with our Pre-Snezhnaya Lore Reading sessions. We just finished reading the Polar Star and the Pale Flame artifact set leading into Snezhnaya with the lore on the Fatui, which was super cool. We are in the abode area of Nicole and the Witch's Lodge because we are going to be reading a couple of artifact sets. At least for this artifact set, I chose this venue specifically for the, I assume, the connections that we're going to be getting into. We are going to be reading the Celestial Gift artifact set that released with Dormant Port. Oh my gosh, Nicole, how were you outside and now you're inside? What in the world? But I'm very excited about this though, because we are going to be reading, and I think this, based on the title alone, I think Celestial Gift is a reference to the Heavenly Principles. And so I wanted to come to this domain area, or this area specifically, one of the observation points of the Heavenly Principles, or of the Angels of Celestia. And I felt it was appropriate. It was between this place and Amsfartnir, but I chose this place because as much as I love Amsfartnir and the vibe of that place, the music, because it has vocals, it's very grating against my voice, especially when I'm reading and talking. If it was just instrumentals, I would go there, but because there's, like, it's kind of hard to just read and have the lyrics in the background. So yeah, we are going to read up on this artifact set. There are 5 pieces of the artifact set, so I'm looking forward to all the information that we're gonna get. I assume we're gonna touch base on the angels, the Heavenly Principles, and maybe everything that happened pre-War of Funerary Flame, maybe pre and post, I'm not entirely sure. But I'm very excited about this. We have, after this, we only have one more artifact set, and then we'll have everything read up to date before Snezhnaya releases. So, I would have read this a long time ago when it originally came out with Nicole, but I've just been absolutely swamped with content ever since last patch, I'd say, version Luna 7 and 8. So, we're getting to this now, but we have, so we're going to be reading this in order. We have Flower, Sand, Circlet, Goblet, and Plume. So that will be the order that this is read in. So without further ado, let us start. We have Heaven Sent Fragrance. A high, the high heavens bestowed an everlasting flower on their envoy, and greed was born of a life without end. Oh dear. Damn, they were like, oh wow, I love this flower. I want everything now. All right, let us read. It was a golden age that had lived only... it was a golden age that has lived only in the memories of a bygone world. An age where every choice was permitted. The first race to set foot into the void carried with them a precious innocence, as the newborn peoples of the young universe frittered away their blessings without restraint. Oh. Over billions of years, the fires of civilization lit up the endless stars, and ships wove through countless gates of stars. Adventurers, conquests, and legends beyond imagining today unfolded without end in the sea of stars. Wait, this is like talking about the universe. That is, until the fate of the cosmos was severed thread by thread, and giants and dwarfs alike met the same end. Hold on. What in the world? We're getting into, like, they're expanding beyond Tevat with this. They're saying, like, in the golden age of, like, the universe and, like, the first life, right? The first race that stepped out of the void, which is basically the first life that came into being, these people were young to the universe and were blessed without restraints over billions of years across different civilizations and stars and ships and galaxies and all of that, but they all kind of met their end. I assume this is also referencing the Abyss, the Dark Destroyer. At first, it was no more than a mass hysteria or the fading of a dream. Then, in the silence of the night, an entire civilization was erased. Next, extinguished dwarf stars streaked across the firmament like tears, and the embers of burnt out suns warped the very fabric of space. It was only when entire galaxies evaporated into the void deeper than darkness did people finally come to realize the scale of the catastrophe. Okay. I knew the Dark Destroyer was going like from world to world destroying civilizations, but you're telling me they're wiping out entire galaxies. This is on some like Reaper, like Mass Effect Reaper level type shit. This is kind of crazy. But they're not stopping at one galaxy every 50,000 years. They're going galaxy to galaxy. You're destroyed, move on. You're destroyed, move on. And this is on a galactic scale across the universe. Interesting. The descendants of the ancients rose in defiance, and over the millions of years that followed, conquered space and time in turn. Yet the farther they pushed into the unknown, the more they understood the futility and sorrow of their struggle. The once glorious civilization that set out alongside them had long since vanished without a trace. You're telling me there was an ancient civilization that mastered space and time? Like, they mastered the dominion of Asmodee and Istaroth, and they still died. They were still wiped out. To escape the annihilation that would one day engulf them all, these once passionate pioneers sealed off the pathways that span the cosmos. Wait, like the borders? Is that like the border? They retreated the giant voids? Wait, hold on. What is this? They retreated to giant voids amidst the numerous galaxies to the lightless edges of perception as they cluttered the last faint trace of hope. The first people who had mastered leptons sent forth chroniclers towards the limits of baryonic matter in the hopes of finding answers to the very last particle of existence. All right, chat. This is dank as hell. I thought, where's the heavenly principles? It says celestial gift. I thought Celestia was what I was getting. Hello? Hold on, let me write this down. Giant void. So that's in caps. They retreated to giant voids amidst the numerous galaxies. So I wonder if giant voids are like the spaces, like it's like deep space. It's like the dark recesses between galaxies. So if there's a galaxy over here and there's a galaxy over there, everything in between the galaxies is like the giant void, where like you would have to like go out of your way to find someone or something there, I assume. And so they were basically trying to hide away in the recesses of like the deep space outside of any galaxies that could be destroyed. The first people who mastered leptons sent forth chroniclers. So chronicler, hold on. The first people who had mastered leptons sent forth chroniclers in the hopes of finding answers at the very last particle of existence. As starlight wheeled on and the beacons upon star charts went dark one by one, they at last extended their probes to the very end of time. There, all light had vanished, and all possibility was spent. Even the finest motes of dust had drifted apart. There was no turning point. No miracle to be found. At the very end of fate, all that remained was a void of utter chaos and darkness. Every equation they had uncovered, every constant that every constant they had defined now stood in silent proclamation of their end. It was in this moment that their history came to an end. I'm sorry, it was in that moment that their history came to a close. Perhaps this so-called race that had transcended time was, in the end, nothing more than prisoners keeping vigil over a graveyard of stars. No matter how brilliant a world or civilization may be, it shall, in the end, fall to its destined ruin in despair. And yet, why does the Voyager... Wait, was this the Voyager civilization? And yet, why does the Voyager who wanders the void still dream of a dragon and a fragile little world? After untold millennia of silent contemplation, just before the end could catch up to her, the sleeping Voyager finally awakened. Oh my god. Holy shit. So this is describing the Voyager civilization that she voyaged from. So, I'll be honest, chat, a chronicler to me sounds like someone that's supposed to like record things, the first thing I thought of was like a memo keeper. Like in Honkai Star Rail, they record memories and moments in time. So when the universe is destroyed, they can recall those memories and bring things back into the fold, right? They can bring things back into existence if the universe is ever destroyed. And it almost kind of sounds like that's what this is. It sounds like this darkness, this abyss power, this dark destroyer is destroying all these civilizations. So part of the civilization is trying to find a solution. Part of the civilization is hiding in recesses of deep space. And part of the civilization is sending out chroniclers in the hopes of finding answers at the very last particle of existence. That sounds like record everything you see and document it for preservation purposes. It also low-key kind of reminds me of the Traveler, because the Traveler is a witness. And they make it a big deal that the Traveler be a part of all of these experiences. They witness Teyvat, they witness the changes of the world, they witness the evolution of the regions and the people and the nations and the archons and the characters, almost as if to imply, and Dainsleif even said it too, if you defeat me, the threads of all fate will be yours to reweave. Almost as if to assume the Traveler will have the ability to rewrite fate or rewrite the world in his image based on everything he's witnessed. You know? And so that's very interesting. We know that Aether's world was destroyed by I assume it was destroyed by this Dark Destroyer, and that's what led them to follow the message of the dragons, right? It's what led them to follow the initial message sent out by the dragons through Ibn Bellum, and like unite all of these other worlds and existing civilizations that are still out there. I don't know if this is confirming at all that this is the world that the Traveler came from, because Aether and Lumine are kind of anomalies in and of themselves. I don't know if they're technically considered chroniclers, but the way that Aether remembers and like Zhong, the craziest thing too, chat, is that Zhongli dubbed us a witness. Heaven Star dubbed us a witness. And so I don't know if Zhongli knew that or not. I don't know if Zhongli was aware that this is actually a concept for other advanced civilizations, unless Zhongli himself is from another world. And he came to Teyvat before the false sky went up. And he's just been LARPing as a Teyvatian, right? Or a Teyvat native, when in fact, he's a being from another world, Heaven Star. Like, I don't know. What the fuck does that even mean? I have no idea. But, like, I'm kind of curious of that, too, because Zhongli is pretty ancient. He has a lot of connective energies and connective, like a lot of things that he represents on Teyvat kind of reminds me of the dragons, especially his like Zhongli elemental skill pillar. The fact that he has like a dragon tail with his envisaged echo. But the fact that he called us a witness, and they literally say, you know, chroniclers are meant to chronicle things that they experience. You know, they have to chronicle the very last particle of existence in the universe throughout all that destruction. And now here they're even talking about a Voyager, the Voyager, that came to Teyvat in the beginning, met Dragon King Nibelung, befriended them, offered them a chance at salvation, they declined, left, and then came back and realized that Teyvat was terraformed. But, wow, this is super cool. I was not expecting this to be the Voyager at all. Yeah, and it's also saying the first people who mastered Lepton sent forth chroniclers. So, like, I guess the higher-ups sent others to, like, go out and, like, look for answers and, like, basically preserve things that were destroyed in, like, all of these galaxies. Wow, that is so... That's an intense first read there. Holy moly. Alright, chat. We have the Sands next. This is incredible. We have Heaven Sent Decree. Okay. The High Heavens bestowed a sundial of countertime on their envoy. It was, and an inviolable interdiction became a wellspring of rage. So it says Heaven Sent Decree. And I remember, that sounds almost kind of like a rule or a mandate or something. And I remember that in the... what was it? In the Gallery of Deep, in the finale of Deep Gallery's artifact set, they mentioned that the Voyager was basically demanded by their world to not meddle in the affairs of like primordial planets. Like, you are just supposed to be an observer. You're not supposed to be a participant. And she went against that when she went to Teyvat and meddled and caused the fall of Hyperborea and the angel race, and she got her memories wiped, etc., right? And so I'm kind of curious if this has anything to do with that, but let's see. Oh, look at that. Observe, calculate, record, and inscribe. Observe, that's another word for witness. Wow, there it is. Observe, calculate, record, and inscribe. Every world within the reach of wisdom is being engraved into the eyes of the void. For some reason, the race that claimed to have transcended time continued to carry out an eternal mission among the stars. Despite their knowledge that the darkness which erased existence itself was an inevitable end beyond all return, the Chroniclers, the Chroniclers, the descendants of the ancients, remained faithful to their mission, engraving every star into memory. And this Voyager, newly awakened from the void, was but one among those countless Chroniclers. Holy shit, chat. Our Voyager is a Chronicler from another universe that was also aware of the Great Destroyer and this inevitable destruction. That's also the destruction that's probably chasing what's her name? That Octavia's running from. Holy moly, this is so cool. And her job, bro, she fucked up. She was just supposed to observe Teyvat. But here's the thing. We have to look at this from the perspective of like historical contingency, right? Or historical consistency. We don't know if their actions led to Teyvat. Like, would Teyvat have been destroyed by now if the Voyager did or didn't meddle? You know what I mean? Like, I'm still kind of curious about like the cause and effect of everything. But wow, this is incredible. I didn't realize we're getting like, and the Voyager might actually be brought up in Snezhnaya because the boy with the star-shaped eyes, and this Voyager has star-shaped eyes, and she's a chronicler from this advanced civilization. Which might imply that this civilization, where like most of the world was probably destroyed, most of the people were probably destroyed, exists. And again, I don't know if the star-shaped eyes are from the Voyager to the boy, or I don't know if the star-shaped eyes are from the third descender to the boy. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure they mention, well, she indwelled the mind of a youth with star-shaped eyes, but we don't know if the star-shaped eyes were like a description of her eyes after she took over the boy, or if the boy had star-shaped eyes before she took them over. So that part's still a little ambiguous, because then that would imply, oh god, that would imply so many things, because at the same time, I think the Tsaritsa would have, I don't know if the Tsaritsa would have been born yet at that point, because the Fae weren't born yet, if she is a Fae, unless she's something else. But anyways, I'm getting a little too ahead of myself here. Let's lock in, all right? And this Voyager, newly awakened from the void, was but one among those countless chroniclers. So there's many other chroniclers like her, but she's one that we know of, which is awesome. Though its light had dimmed greatly from a remembered brilliance, the starry expanse all around still bore witness to the existence of its desolation. Yet this was not far beyond the Voyager's expectations, for it aligned almost perfectly with the calculations on the celestial chart. One detail diverged, however: a single point of light absent from the star map, where the image departed slightly from what was foretold. In the memories she had archived in the library of her distant homeworld. Oh my god. Dude, this is crazy. So they actually had, pretty much, it seemed like they had like a chronicled star map of like the universe and the cosmos. But amongst all the worlds that they calculated, Teyvat literally just sparked and like was brought into being, right? And I remember in the gallery set, it mentioned that she saw like this bright planet off in the distance, and she was pretty impressed by it. And she was traveling through the stars with her mind, and she came across the planet, and she was like, oh, this is a quaint little place. But she was also probably curious because out of all of those other worlds, this one was brand new. Like fresh, young. Wow, that is cool. So she pretty much like, she damn near witnessed the birth of the world. I mean, at the earliest point. In the memories of her archive in the library of her distant homeworld, it was a newly born habitable planet. But now it lay shrouded behind several impermeable fields, its primordial flame stripped of the radiance it was meant to bear. Oh, this is after the heavenly principles took over. Oh, so she must have forgotten that this was originally, like, she had been there before, because it probably looked different. She called on memories long yeah, there it is, memories long consigned. Yeah, so she must have been at Teyvat ages ago. She called upon memories, well, yeah, because Nibelung was gone for at least 2,000 years. She called on memories long consigned to dust, memories of how, once upon a time, she had visited the sovereign who ruled that world. Wow. Where had its former master gone, and why had the new descender built the shell that bound all life within? The chronicler's kind abided by ancient laws, one of which was never to interfere with what they observed. Chat, for better or for worse, it all can be traced back to this moment here. You could go a step further and be like, well, it was the abyss that, but like, she broke the, look, don't touch, and she was like, touch. Touch, 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 touch. Let me influence, let me meddle, let me change the lives of these beings and see what happens. God damn. The chronicler's kind abided the ancient laws, one of which was to never interfere with what they observed. However, should these branching paths of time that seemed to hold endless possibilities be nothing more than a veil of ignorance leading to a single end, why are we still driven by instinct and nature to explore every path in the labyrinth of fate? Perhaps the time for change had come, or perhaps it was merely the result of curiosity. Her mind reached into the worlds within the shell. That is also kind of valid from her perspective. It's like, well, if this world and all these other worlds are meant to be destroyed, what am I doing? Like, what's the point of all of this? You know, so curiosity seemed to get the better of her here. And, you know, it seemed like she acted above her station. And you know what? I'm pretty sure that mandate was in place for a reason. Like, I'm sure that's a practical reason or a practical lesson from the past that mandate is in place now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is history repeating itself. Like, if another world went through the similar thing where, like, a chronicler meddled in another world and that world got destroyed as a result. So they were like, okay, we need to let nature run its course. We cannot interfere at all. But she was like, I'm built different. Let me do this. So, unfortunately, that's how things played out. All right, next up we have the circlet. Heaven sent crown. The high heavens bestowed a splendid crown on their envoy, and arrogance was born out of power unchecked. Okay, so I assume this envoy is the Voyager. Like, all of these things. Is this, like, her set, then? Like, the Voyager set? That'd be kind of cool, actually. The faint glow of the 3 moons was not enough to veil the murderous winds stirred up by the falling stars. Beyond the northern winds, in the old capital, rebels from across the land gathered beneath the giant dome. Okay, so that sounds like Hyperborea. The northern winds, the old capital. The eldest oh god, here we go, Koitar. The eldest daughter, once hailed as the Dawn Star, now sat enthroned in unforgivable sin. She raised the... Okay, so it seems like there was like a time jump at that point. After the Voyager landed. She raised the blade that once shattered the shackles She raised the blade that once shattered the shackles placed on the people before the ever-growing ranks of her followers. The herald ascended the high tower, preparing to proclaim her blasphemous words to the heavens. The final war is about to begin, and I already know what it is I seek. I would rather have freedom, hard-won though it shall be, than the comforts of shackles. Either cast them down from their thrones in the heavens and bring them before a justice beyond this world, or be consumed by their fickle wrath and perish alongside the eternal fate they have decreed. Yeah, she's basically like calling out the heavenly principles. Like, you are so brave. You are so brave. Like, holy shit. I believe not in everlasting prosperity. Happiness is not a thing that can be designed. I believe not in the crown of sevenfold radiance, and nor do I bear any hope that its light truly redeems all. I believe not in songs sung on bended knee, for this world is one that belongs to us. Holy moly. Koitar's spitting right now. Sheesh. Wings brushed against wings in the dry Wings brushed against wings in a dry whispering hiss, for never since creation had so many angels gathered in one place. As if roused by thunderous war drums, beasts long forgotten by the world caught the scent of blood that tainted the divine. From lightless valleys and the far reaches of the outer seas, the most ancient masters of the earth also came forth to answer the call. Wait, what? That sounds like the dragons joined the angels? Yo! What? Are you, bro, did they, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Were they like, yo, we were enemies, but we both realized that the heavenly principles is the true enemy of us all? That is, oh my God. So the heavenly principles went up against sovereigns, angels, dragons, and a souped up, forbidden knowledge infused Dragon King Nibelung, and still won. I did not know the angels pulled up with the dragons on this too. This is crazy. And obviously, I'm assuming the shades helped to the heavenly. So it was the four shades and the heavenly principles against the angel race, the dragons, the sovereigns, and Nibelung. Yeah, I know Nibelung was later, but it's just like, this is a collective effort. Like, I didn't realize they had so much going against them. I thought it was just the dragons. But you're telling me it's the dragons and the angels too. That's crazy. From light, so like, oh my God. So she was also speaking to the dragons in this speech. Because right after this speech, they say, as if roused by thunderous roars, beasts long forgotten by the world caught the scent of blood that tainted the divine. From lightless valleys, so like the Vishaps, and the freaking dragons, and the sovereigns, and the freaking little baby Vishap hatchlings probably pulled up. This is crazy cool. From lightless valleys and the far reaches of the outer seas, the most ancient masters of the earth also came forth to answer the call. From the, oh my God, this is sick as fuck. From the suffering ordained by fate, we have forged our own peace. Our great work has our great work has already long surpassed their grace. A pale star burns beyond the false firmament, and its very existence proclaims our victory. Even in failure, new possibilities will arise, for those yet to come are also watching us. Behold, the stars shine ever so bright tonight. Dude, you know what's crazy about this line? She mentions a pale star burns beyond the firmament. And we just read the pale flame artifact set. And Piero said something similar. He was like, "Oh, if you believe in our approach, look up to the pale star in the sky." So the same star that the Voyager called upon with this declaration of war, she was like, even if we fail, others in the future will pick up the mantle and carry on where we fell. And that same pale star beyond the firmament is what Piero's referencing in his speech. That is crazy cool. It's like this, it's honestly, it almost seems like this speech parallels the Fatui speech that they have in the present. So it's like what Dainsleif said, right? It's like the war has already begun. It's just a continuation of past battles. Like, this has happened before. And it's happening again. And it's very cyclical in nature, like the fight isn't over yet. The battle is not done. The Fatui are just picking up where the angels left off. This is so cinema. Holy moly. All right, we have the plume next. I am so excited. I literally thought this was gonna be about the angels and Celestia and like mostly from like maybe Nicole's perspective. But like, this is wild, man. We're getting Voyagers, we're getting Chroniclers, we're getting ancient civilizations, we're getting the birth of Tevat, we're getting the freaking war, the true war of vengeance between the angels, the dragons. Holy moly. All right, we got the plume, Heaven Sent Demise. The high heavens bestowed a feather of rebirth on their envoy, with all sin to be forgiven, where even fate meets its very end. Oh my god, I gotta run another ad. Holy shit, dude. An hour flew by like that. Alright, chat, give me 1 second. I gotta run another ad. Ah. To people on YouTube asking, the reason why the VODs are not public is because I'm immediately turning them into YouTube videos. So they're going to be uploaded on the Murder of Birds Impact channel before the VOD goes public. So just keep that in mind. And that's going to be the same for this VOD. And that might also be for... It won't be for Snezhnaya, but I will upload a video. Snezhnaya VODs will be on a slight delay before they're public. Because I want to do clip farming for my main channel. So... I will let people know, because some people... I mean, I've been doing this here and there throughout the last couple of patches, but I guess some people aren't aware. But yeah. But, you know, the content's still going to be out. You're still going to be able to see it before the patch is over. I haven't read this yet either, so I was wondering when we were actually going to get more Heavenly Principles lore, that it's just about them. Yeah, this is super cool. Well, I mean, that's asking for a lot, I think, but obviously, you know, I'm sure we're going to get Heavenly Principles lore within the next year, for sure. You know what I was thinking about too, chat? I wonder if the Heavenly Principles is one of these chroniclers. I don't know. Like, I'm still of the mind that they are like a data-based life form. But I wonder if their data or if their creation stems from like the same world that the Voyager came from, or maybe it's just a different technologically advanced planet that was in the that was out there in the stars before their planet also got destroyed, because they brought humanity with them, you know? Voyager on Voyager crime? I don't know. Well, it would be interesting if they're not aware of each other, you know what I mean? So, and the fact that and another thing too, right? The Voyager's body is still out there in space in their spaceship somewhere, which is also very interesting, which I had a theory about that. I don't know how accurate it is, but, you know, we'll come back to that eventually if we ever get more Voyager lore. But, yeah, I don't know. It just feels, I mean, this is the first civilization that we've heard, like, pretty extensive information about. They had mastery over time and space. They had the ability to travel through different, like, deep space and, like, different travel between galaxies. So they probably had access. Well, they said that they traveled through, like, these, I don't know if they said, like, borders or, like, they traveled to, like, the ends of the universe. So obviously they have interstellar travel with, like, spaceships and stuff like that. The Voyager also had a spaceship when we read the lore of the Gallery of when we read the finale of Deep Gallery's artifact set. And so I'm kind of curious if there's a connection between the Voyager, the Heavenly Principles, and the Travelers. Like, if they all come from the same planet and they just don't know, or if if any of them are like, have like similar roles, like if they're a Voyager or a Chronicler. I mean, even actually, now that I think about it, there's also Alice and Kleiner. Kleiner's a Seeker. We don't know what a Seeker is. We just got word of a Chronicler who, like, basically records the records of history, like, in the event of destruction happening. So, like, I wonder if the Chronicler is also kind of related to this whole thing, and, like, what the heck is that? Like, sorry, not a Chronicler. I also wonder if, like, the Seeker seems to be looking for something. I don't know if they're looking for, like, worlds that are outside of the jurisdiction or outside of the range or the trajectory of this great destroyer or this dark destroyer. But it seems like these are all like roles that are given to protecting the overarching like universe from inevitable destruction. And even I wouldn't be surprised if Octavia was regarded as something like that. She's literally hopping from world to world. She's been to thousands of worlds, and she's also aware of this same Dark Destroyer. So if she's going to all of these worlds, and she's chronicling, you know, these experiences, like the outfits that are in these worlds, and she brings them back to her Miliastral Wonderland, that also sounds like a form of preservation. So, I don't know. Just something to think about, but I think it's really cool. All right, gamers, let's lock in. We now have Heaven-Sent Demise. The sky had been set ablaze by the blistering embers, which had also mingled with a rain of blood. Night had turned brighter than day, Jesus. From the heavens fall a stellar spike that stirred the very stars, its brilliance dimming even the light of the false sky. I'm sorry, of the false sun! Chat, confirmation? Confirmation that the sun is also fake, like the moon was also fake, which means where's the real sun? Where's the real sun, Heavenly Principles? Does Heaven Star have anything to do with that? Is Zhongli actually the freaking the freaking sun god of Teyvat after all? Holy moly. Okay. Its brilliance dimming even the light of the false sun. Okay, I'm glad they confirmed that because I've been thinking that for a while. In the great city... Oh, hold on. In the great city upon the frozen earth, the lights burned just as bright. Its great council hall lined with banners of every design. The arrows of defiance were ready to fly, their aim fixed upon the heavenly city. Even the newborn Fae... Damn, that's fucking crazy, bro. They're going to war now. Now they got the Fae involved, too. So you got Fae, angels... Well, I guess not. Well, I don't know. They seem to have, like, a giant freaking army of creatures here. Even the newborn Fae... Now... hold on. The previous pieces we read talked about dwarf stars outside the firmament, hence why Melusine said that the sun is... Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty obscure. Yeah, that's crazy, though, that they're like, even the newborns are getting into fighting. Their first core memory, fighting for their lives. That's crazy. The arrows of defiance were ready to fly, their aim fixed upon the heavenly city. Even the newborn Fae were now armed for war. The rebel leaders knew the final hour had come. Rather than cling to life, they chose to face death with equanimity. Yet the highest angel of them all stopped by a little preaching hole. Yet the highest angel of them all stopped by a little preaching hole in the outskirts, for she wished to speak her final words to the first awakened. To the first awakened? What do you see in your eyes? A new hope or a fate sealed in death? This may not be the ending we wanted, but for you and me, it is enough. To her, damn, she had detractors? Oh, I guess so. That makes sense, right? Some of the angels will probably be like, yeah, please don't do this. To her detractors, she was the heaven's eldest daughter who had been led astray by temptation. But those born in chains could never grasp. Oh my god. Shade thrown at her very sisters. Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if that was Nicole, because it says she wished to speak her final words to the first awakened. And I remember that, like, Nicole was kind of, like, tucked away and, she avoided all of this catastrophe. So it may have been like the eldest angel talking to the youngest angel, or one of the youngest angels. Did he skip the goblet? Oh, wait, what am I on right now? Oh, yeah, I guess I am. I guess I was supposed to do the goblet, not the plume. Okay, my bad, guys. Hold on. We'll come back to that. I was supposed to do the goblet and then the plume, but I did the plume and then the goblet. My bad. Spoiler? Okay, well, this first line doesn't say anything that we didn't already know, so that's okay. Yeah, my bad. I got a little twisted up there for a second. Hold on. All right. Now, anyways, let's reset that. That's okay. No big deal. We can keep that in the video. Okay, we're gonna accurately, yeah, because I only wrote down the letters, so I took a glance, and it's actually G and then P. All right, so we have heaven sent reward. My bad. The high heavens bestowed sweet nectar on their envoy, and the unending feast opened wide the doors to desire. All right, here we go. The wind of change was sweeping across the boundless land. Beyond the northern winds, the heavens blazed with stars. Upon the frozen earth stood a city Upon the frozen earth stood a city stronger than heaven itself, and where peoples of every nation had And where peoples of every nation had gathered as one. That kind of sounds like Conria a little bit. Here, they labored for dreams that had faded even before they could be fulfilled. Here, they labored for descendants that they would never meet. Here, they labored for promises their creator had never kept. Damn. Here, they labored for the stars they sought to reach in the future. The progress that was born of wisdom from beyond the world was, at this point, already outpacing a century of gains with each passing day. The human spirit yearns for all new things, for every young race as every young race once did in its innocence. Holy moly. That's crazy. That is so cool. Yeah, I love that line. Here they labored for promises their creator had not kept. That's such a powerful, like, motivation. It's like, well, yeah, what's the heavenly principles ever done for us other than create us and then keep us boxed in this freaking world living the way they want us to live, you know? Oh, it's like the Tower of Babel? Yeah, I guess so. Many a taboo, once considered inviolable, were now being broken, just as every overreaching desire had been fulfilled. They sought the roots of human evolution, so that a new generation may rise with sharper minds and stronger bodies. They traced the waterheads of every tongue, carrying truths once veiled by the sky to every corner of the world. Dude, they're airing out the heavenly principle secrets. The mysteries still deemed as blasphemous were now spoken as freely to children in their classrooms. That's crazy. The sky had never felt so close that they even believed they could challenge it. But this is no fairy tale of inheritance passed from father to son. The judgment of the master of the heavens did not wait for mortals to gather their strength. Given enough time, they might indeed give rise to something great, something that could surpass all fate and design. But what of it? This world had never been prepared for them. That is the final verdict. Once the fall once the fall towards temptation begins, no matter what path they take, the result is one and the same. Oh my god. Free will invites nothing but uncertainty and calamity. Yeah, pack it in, guys. That line cooked them. That line's crazy. Holy shit. That's a yikes from me, Chief. It's like, well, if you think for yourself, if you have free will, you will stray. And I assume the Heavenly Principles has seen that in real time wherever they're from. And they probably are molded by their experiences beyond Teyvat to the point where they're like, okay, I know what the true vice is that needs to be avoided. I know what's best. And as long as you listen to me, we will not die. We will be good. But that's the thing. Humanity is flawed. Humanity will always go against the grain and will always yearn for freedom and their ability to like reach their pinnacle, right? To reach their, you know, we're never settled. We always want more. We always want to achieve and overachieve ourselves and evolve as a species. And it's like, I'm kind of curious as well, chat. Like, here's my little head. This is just a headcanon. Headcanon, okay? This is a headcanon. If it comes true, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But, I'm kind of under the... I wonder if, like, the Heavenly Principles was, like, had a close call with the Dark Destroyer. And I wonder if, like, in a panic, while their planet was being destroyed and their other species, like, their other, you know, like, other people on the planet were just fending for themselves. I wonder if they just grabbed the genetic vault and ran with it. Like, I don't know if Phanes created the humans or if they just were like, I need to safeguard that. That's our entire legacy. We can't lose that. So I'm going to grab the genetic vault and I'm going to try to save them. And I'm going to book it. And I'm going to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of our past. So I'm kind of curious if Phanes or Phanes' like homeworld created primordial man, like the primordial human. And those primordial humans went on to make good choices and bad choices. You know, the duality of man. You take the good with the bad. And in their case, the bad outweighed the good. And it caused the Heavenly Principles to reevaluate how they allow humanity to live in their new attempt, right, on Teyvat. And so I always just have that mindset that, like, that might be their perspective, because we still don't have their perspective, and I really hope we get it. Just so we can have some, like, the full context of everything. Not for any type of justification, but because I don't fucking know why they're doing... None of us know why they're doing anything. And even if, from our perspective, we see it as they're doing wrong, I still would like to know what to target my aggression towards. If I'm gonna be like, hey, Heavenly Principles, you're wrong for doing this, I need to know what this is, you know? Because right now, we still don't have the full context, you know what I mean? Like, it's just too incomplete to make heads or tails of it. But it does seem like it's the age-old story, right? The future, you know, the future is paved with good intentions. It's like they had good intentions, but they're so apathetic. Maybe it's because they're a machine and they can't feel, they don't have emotions, they don't really, and that makes sense because if the Heavenly Principles doesn't have emotions, it makes sense why that trickled down to the Shades and why that trickled down to the Angels and why things have been so terrible in Teyvat, because there's no, like, emotional intelligence, there's no empathy, and there's no compassion or any kind of true emotional resonance between the divine and the creators versus the creations, you know what I mean? And so, but that might be, yeah, I was gonna say, but that might be Paimon. That's my theory. My theory was that Paimon is the emotional, segmented aspect of the Heavenly Principles, but just detached for to be able to make those hard choices without being emotionally paralyzed, you know, to make tough calls when they need to be made. So yeah, anyways, I went on a ramble, I apologize. That's a crazy line, though. Free will invites nothing but uncertainty and calamity. Such is the truth taught by the cold laws of the cosmos. The mortals who stray beyond their bounds must be dealt with, just as wayward branches upon a tree must be pruned. But is it truly the only answer to the ultimate question? Are miracles not termed thus precisely because they defy all reason? Yet, for those of a bygone age, the chance to answer that question was already no more. Holy moly. All right, so that was the heavenly principles basically saying humanity is like, I can't save you. Like, the angels are unsavable. Like, I can't save them. I gotta wipe them out. Okay, and then this is where we return to properly go through. The sky had been set ablaze by the blistering embers, which had also mingled with the rain of blood. Night had turned brighter than day. From the heavens fell a stellar spike that stirred the very stars. Its brilliance dimmed even the light of the false sun. Number 1, Celestia Pillar on Hyperborea. Number 2, false sun, sus, especially of Zhongli. Anyways, in the great city upon the frozen earth, the lights burned just as bright. Its great council hall lined with banners of all designs. The arrows of defiance were ready to fly, their aim fixed upon the heavenly city. Even the newborn Fae were now armed for war. The rebel leaders knew that the final hour had come. Rather than cling to life, they chose to face death with equanimity. Yet the high angel of them all stopped by a little preaching hole in the outskirts, for she wished to speak her final words to the first awakened. What do you see in your eyes? A new hope, or a fate sealed in death? This may not be the ending we wanted, but for you and me, it is enough. To her detractors, she was the heaven's eldest daughter who had been led astray by temptation. But those born in I love this line. But those born in chains could never grasp the value of freedom. Holy based. It's like, you've lived your whole life in a prison. What do you know about freedom? She's like, I'm literally on a different level to you. Like, I know what I'm fighting for. You're just, unfortunately, like, brainwashed by how you were brought up, you know? Like, she's actually built different. I love that line. That line is so powerful. Those born in chains refused to believe that the exalted envoy would dare betray the divine. But as they dared not face the lies of... Sorry, let me read that again. Those born in chains refused to believe that the exalted envoy would dare betray the divine, just as they dared not face the lies in the sky. Upon the platform stood a body once mortal, and since worn and broken by the tolls of the ages. In those star-lit eyes, a golden flame flickered, and then faded. Her final answer in the end was nothing more than a long silence. Even knowing that, at the end of fate, what awaited this world is a destruction no one can escape. Like mayflowers, they live and die in the span of a day, and still, they fight for a future thousands of years away. Hope still rests with the ordinary people, and from among them... Hope still rests with the ordinary people, and from among them, something greater will one day emerge. But we have bought too little time. Not enough for a miracle to take root in this age. Wow. You have lit the first flame, but this was never your war, and you should not have to bear the sin that was never yours. My dear compatron, you who woke me from my dream of ignorance, pray, while there is still time, Return to the world that to which you belong. The nail of judgment cast a shadow upon the earth, as the mind of she who walked before the rest lingered in a dream left unfinished upon the desolate land. Even if it meant that she would be bound for 10,000 years, and that the snow of the far north would sink into the shadow unknown even to the gods. Wow. Holy shit, yeah, that was their final moments. Damn, the nail of judgment, so they got fucking wrecked. And it even says here too, as the mind of she who walked the worlds lingered in a dream left unfinished. So it's like her mind is in like a genjutsu, and like someone is like autopiloting her existence now. Obviously, she was put in the Amsfartnir like prison for her protection by the Voyager, but now she remembers who she is because of Boreas, and she's currently in Hyperborea right now. So if we go to Hyperborea, we're gonna meet Koitar, which is an actual possibility within the next year. Isn't that the Voyager, not Koitar there? Well, no, Koitar was in Amsfartnir. And there's a note in Amsfartnir right now mentioning that how she remembers her memories. And she said, I will wait for you. She told the Voyager, I will wait for you, like, at our homeland. So the Koitar is in Amsfartnir right now. No, this set? Oh, are you saying, like, this set, like, did the Voyager get pierced and they're beneath this nail in Hyperborea? Is that what you mean? The end of this set is talking about who I assume is the Voyager. Oh, okay, I see. Isn't the dream unfinished the Conria chapter name? Yeah, it is. Well, it's the dream yet to be dreamed. So, actually, that's kind of clever, too. If that might tie into... Because, like, we now know that, like, Snezhnaya and the Tsaritsa are tied to Conria. But I'm wondering if that's an implication there. Oh, what did he say? Dainsleif was like... in the perpetual meantime of a sheltered eternity, most are content to live and not to dream. But in the far corners where the god's gaze does not fall, there are those who dream of dreaming. So I don't know if that implication, I don't know if that line, right? In the far corners where the god's gaze does not fall, there are those who dream of dreaming. I don't know if that is implying anything, but it does seem like Koitar was put into like some type of dream state. And that's how she lost her memory. And then this nail, like, just freaking cascaded down on Hyperborea. And, like, a bunch of Fae got killed. A bunch of angels got killed. The Voyager and the angels' memories were wiped. They were separated. I think the Voyager must remember who they are. Because the Voyager took Koitar, put her in Amsfartnir for her protection, and then left. And then when Andreas came to Amsfartnir, his name, like, she named him Boreas, and then Borea, Hyperborea, she remembered who she was because she named him. and then she left Amsfartnir, and she's now back in Hyperborea. So the Voyager's whereabouts seem to be a little... Like, the Voyager's whereabouts right now are unknown. But I think if we go to Hyperborea this year, within the next year, I think Koitar is there waiting for them. Because that's what that message, that's what the note in Amsfartnir mentioned. Yeah. Also, see, here's the thing. Here's another thing too, right? If the Voyager indwelled the mind of the boy, what happens when they die? Because I assume they're like, that was just a human, right? So if they didn't die in the War of Vengeance, it seemed like they're already like pretty old at this point. And so like, what happens if they die? Does their mind snap back to their body beyond space? And they get their like original self back? Or do they also die? Or did their mind go to, like, did they go to the ley lines even? Like, that's a possibility as well, because at that point they were pretty much ingrained with Teyvat. You know, they're no longer like this outlander or even a descender. Like, I would assume after everything they did, their fate was tethered to this world. So I kind of wonder if there's a remnant of them, maybe a piece of their soul. Because that seems to, you know, that could be a thing. So it would be kind of cool even if we go to Hyperborea and there's like the remnants. Because if it's a world quest, I wonder if we're going to have like a world quest companion. So if it's not Koitar, maybe it's like the remnant spirit. Or, you know, like how in in Enkanomiya they did like the Sin Shades. Like I wonder if like there's like a memory remnant of them or something like that. I think that would be kind of cool too. But this was a phenomenal read, chat. Holy moly. I would love to... I actually kind of pair this with the lore that we read. I would actually kind of pair this read with... Or at least the start of the lore read with the moon gazing engravings that talked about the Dark Destroyer and those other worlds and civilizations in the past. Because... it kind of talked a lot about, like, pre-Teyvat. Like, nothing to do with this world. It had to do with, like, the universe. And, like, they're kind of setting up the universe of Teyvat beyond Teyvat, which I really love, actually. I think that's kind of cool. So yeah. I think that's exceptional. I think this was a fantastic read. I was not expecting Voyager and Angel lore. I mean, I was expecting Angel and Celestia lore. But I wasn't expecting to get all of the, like... It's basically a chronicled timeline of the Voyager's perspective from their life before Teyvat and Nibelung to their life as the Voyager and, you know, the husband of Koitar to the War of Funerary Flame and the Angel Rebellion to potentially their death and the aftermath of everything with Hyperborea, which is phenomenal. I absolutely loved that. That was great. But I hope you guys enjoyed the read. We're going to take a short little intermission, and we have a lot more lore to read. So, as always, leave your thoughts in the comment section down below, and we will see you all in the next video. Take care. Okay. Sit tight, chat. We're going to run an edge. Okay, did something happen to the VOD? Did Arnold explain what happened to the day one streaming? Yeah, I did. The editors, the Sandrone and Dottore Lore Readings have already been edited. And they're gonna be uploaded, which is why they weren't posted. That's why the VOD wasn't posted, because I want the edited videos to go up first. Because I want the editor to get paid. So I gave them those two videos to work on, which means that my VODs will probably be delayed. I don't think they'll be delayed by this much. Admittedly, those videos probably could have been posted by now, but I got a little lazy with editing those, with getting those videos rendered as soon as possible. And so for example, tomorrow will be tomorrow's video is going to be my reaction to the web event that they released the other day, like last week. So tomorrow's going to be a video for the web event, and there's going to be a daily upload, and those videos will be posted. The day 1 lore reading will be posted in a couple of days, and after today's stream, this video is going to be under the same treatment, just for the just so we can work on the edits before they get posted. Yeah, I only read Dottore. So in the day 1 lore reading stream, outside of our like ramblings at the beginning of the stream, I did Navia's Tea Party interaction, and then we read Sandrone's lore and her weapon, and I read Dottore's tree marrow lore, and that's it. That's all I did. So like majority of that VOD is just gonna be edited and uploaded anyway. I missed all of the lore readings. Hi. Oh, you didn't miss everything. We're still reading. We're gonna be reading the Disenchantment in Deep Shadows artifact set next. But yes, you did miss the Child Tea Party, the Pale Flame set, the Polar Star, the Celestial's Gift. So yeah, there is a considerable amount that was... Vera's, we're not reading Vera's Melancholy today. That book is fucking 12 chapters. That's gonna be like its own stream at this point. But yeah, today we're gonna do the Disenchantment set and probably the Varkalak book, and then we're gonna call it.
You call me friend. Am I really?
And then in my next stream, I'm thinking of recording my Simulanka rewatch first, and then doing Vera's Melancholy, because I feel like I won't have any energy for the Simulanka bit after if I read that whole book. So I'll either do the book first and then Simulanka, or I'll do Simulanka first and then the book. I thought you would reread The Fjord. I'm pressed for time, so I'm just not gonna do that. I also read that book when we read the gallery. I actually said that because I didn't know if I read that weapon, but I actually did read it. I read it when we read the finale of Deep Gallery's artifact set, actually. That's already up on YouTube. Like, an edited video is already up on YouTube, so I only said I was gonna read that because I forgot that I read it. Like, I thought I didn't read it, but I guess I did. Will you eventually read lore from cash flow provisions? Isn't that Risley's weapon? Why? What is it about? Because I feel like I read that already, but I didn't read it on stream because, you know, Risley isn't connected to, like, overarching lore. Is that Risley's weapon? I think that's Risley's weapon. Oh, it's about Pantalone. I don't think I read that then. It references Mr. Pants. That's one way to go about it. Yeah, I guess I can attach that to the, I think I can attach that to what I just did now. Hold on, let me, what's it called? Cash? Well, I guess I should have realized, right? Cash flow. Cash flow supervision. All right, we'll read that after we read these other things today. And if I don't read it today, I'll read it in the next stream. But yeah, I'll add it to the list. Also, somebody asked what this place is. This isn't the Temple of Space. This is Nicole's Witch's Lodge. You get this room when you do all 4 of her weekly interactions. So, like, right now, I'm literally in the witch's hut. See, this is just one of the rooms that are here. Ta-da! Chad, I'm so annoyed. I wish we could just skidoo right in. We could have had it all, man. They just give us these pictures, so that's it. And it sucks too, because at least we get to go to this thing. This actually exists in the world. And these exist in the world too. Every fucking domain has them. Oh, but, you know, we asked for Simulanka in this household and we're asking too much. Chat, what I wouldn't give to go to Simulanka. We got the tea party. We got the tea party. I'm just annoyed because you can go to these 2 other locations. It's like they set up my expectations so high and then they just dropped me on my head. It's like, oh, you want to go to this place? Go to Mondstadt. Oh, you want to go to this place? Go to any freaking artifact or freaking go to any domain in Teyvat and you can see this yourself. Oh, but this? Nah, you're asking for too much, buddy. Limited summer event from like 3 summers ago. You should have been there. I was there and I still want Simulanka back, all right? It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's the best summer event in Genshin and I glazed the hell out of it because it deserves it. I would have just taken the Forest of Blessings if they let that in. But it's like, I'm so sad, man. We could have had it all. We really could have. Somebody needs to build. Actually, I wonder if someone's already done that. I would want someone to build like a Miliastra Wonderland of just Simulanka. Like Miliastra Wonderland Simulanka. I wouldn't be surprised if that already exists, but I just haven't been up to date on Miliastra lately, so I haven't been able to check. But if that exists, I need that in my life ASAP. I wouldn't be surprised if someone in CN already did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, Linnea and Lohan's weapons are not... I'm not reading those on stream. I'll read those to myself. But, like, I know that they're, like... I think they're, like, Arcadia-focused and Solvandagnia-focused. Which is, you know, that's not nothing, but, like... I'm only gonna focus on reading lore on stream that pertains to, like, overarching lore. Because I can't read everything. I literally don't have the time. When did Simulanka event come out? 4.8, right before Natlan. And it teased Natlan, Nodcry, and Snezhnaya, so it's literally the most goated. I mean, it probably teased it probably, like, referenced other nations, too, in retrospect. Like, I remember the Kingdom of Bells and Breezes was, I was like, oh, that sounds like Mondstadt. And in the Broken Sea, there was, like, a structure, like a landmass that had, like, a big freaking, like, it looked like someone cut right down the middle of it, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of Inazuma, and, like the Yashiori Island, like Muso Gorge. And I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, oh, that kind of reminds me of Inazuma. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a reference to like many facets and aspects of Teyvat beyond just teasing Nodcry with the Moon Quest or teasing Natlan with the Cave of Eerie Murmurs or even Snezhnaya with Constellation Metropole and like the train and the train going off the tracks, which they did show that in the live stream special program. They showed the Snezhnaya train running off the tracks just like they did in Simulanka where we ran off the tracks into the Broken Sea area. And you can't convince me otherwise. They have a train. Snezhnaya has a train. Need I say more? They have the lights in the sky above Constellation Metropole, the Aurora lights. I rest my case. Anyways. All right, let's see. What do we got here? All right, chat. Where are we reading the Disenchantment set? I got no idea where to read this because Snezhnaya is not out yet. So I don't even know if this is this might be about Snezhnaya because we always get a set that teases like the next nation. So I assume this is like a Snezhnaya set.
Hello again.
Yo, Zombie Killer, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, my guy. Welcome in, raiders. How are you guys doing? What were you guys streaming? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, thank you for the resub, 78 months. I appreciate ya. PC Island. Ooh, Dragon Spine because of snow. I actually kind of like that. I kind of like that. You guys said Reed Miller's Hideout? Is this a Reed Miller set? Wait a minute. No? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, Reed Miller? I kind of like the idea of Dragon Spine because that's the only place where there's snow. Also, chat, don't think I forgot. When we read Vera's Melancholy, we are going to read it in the library of the Temple of Space. I remember when I ended up getting... We're going to read it in this area. I'm so excited. We're going to find that little nook. And we're going to, like, read it tucked away in the books. I'm so excited. I miss that place. I actually really miss the music. Yeah, so I know where I'm reading Vera's Melancholy. Okay. You know what? I like the idea. Let's go to Dragon Spine. Hi, Arnold. Just got off work and I thought I'd have a peek in here. Wish I could stay for the whole stream reading, but the time is quite limited. We'll just wait for your condensed lore-related posts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the VODs will be up at the same time when these other videos go up as well. So you guys will still be able to watch the VOD if you prefer the more unedited, like, full way through and, like, all of the pre-chat discussions and whatnot. But, I don't want my VODs to cannibalize my edited videos, essentially, so I hope that's understandable. Because, you know, Snezhnaya, Nodcry, I attempted to post clips at the same time that the VODs were up, and most people just went and watched the VOD. So I kind of have to change the strategy up a little bit. But... you know, no one has to, like, the VODs aren't going to be public forever. They're just going to be, they're mainly going to be archived for, like, 2 to 3 days after the stream. So, you know, as long as you don't mind, like, this will mainly only affect people that are, like, on different time zones, for the most part. But, you know, I don't want the editor's efforts to go to waste, essentially. Like, I want to be able to maximize people watching the edited version before the VOD if they weren't there live for it. Next stream will be Vera's Melancholy? Yes, it should be. My next stream will also be on Saturday. So after today, my next stream will be on Saturday. What's today? Yeah, today's Thursday, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I have to go and run a bunch of errands and make sure I have everything prepped and primed for the week before Snezhnaya. Or for the weekend, rather. Ooh, I was playing a Persona 3 Reload. It's my first time playing a Persona game. Oh my gosh. I hope you enjoy it. I haven't played P3 or P4, My area of expertise is Persona 5 Vanilla and Persona 5 Royal. So, if you enjoy P3, I'm sure you'll enjoy P4, and you will definitely enjoy P5 Royal. So, I hope you had a fun time. Oh, I was there when you played Persona 5 Vanilla. Oh, okay, so you already, I guess you got that experience through my playthrough then. Yeah, Persona 5 Vanilla and Royal, yeah. Well, I'm happy to see that you're actually dabbling in your first Persona game. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. I have P3 Reload, I don't have time for variety yet. So, I'll get to it eventually. I promise I will. Do you plan on starting Snezhnaya next week? Yeah, of course. It comes out next week. I'm gonna stream it on Thursday. So next Thursday, I'll be streaming the first day, and then I think I'll do Thursday and Saturday, because I think Friday is the Honkai Star Rail special program, if I'm not mistaken, next Friday. So, so it'll probably be Thursday, which is basically a day and some change after you guys start it. But yeah. May I ask what the current plans are for the Penacony VODs? There are no current plans yet. It's whenever I can make time to get to it, which I haven't had a whole lot of that. So the VODs will eventually be public on the YouTube channel. I just don't have an ETA on it, so you're just gonna have to be patient with what's available right now. Do you think the False Sky will fail because we transferred to Aru, which should wake up the Heavenly Principles next patch? I mean, it's possible. I never say never. But, I don't know. I feel like it's too soon to tell. I feel like if a Shade is killed, or even the Heavenly Principles themselves are killed, I think that has the potential to wake up the Heaven... If a Shade is killed, I have to imagine the Heavenly Principles will do something at that point. Because that directly affects their jurisdiction, right? And it seems like Piero and the Tsaritsa are gonna try to kill Renova in Snezhnaya. Like, by the end of it. And, you know, he also, you know, Piero also said during Nodcry, he's like, I already know the price of gazing upon the gods, but I want to know what the price is for killing one. So, seems like they have plans. I mean, obviously their ultimate goal is the Heavenly Principles, but I would regard the Shades as gods too, and I'm pretty sure you have to go through them to get to the Heavenly Principles, so I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if that's what they're cooking up. Alright, chat. I'm gonna run an ad and then we're gonna start in 3 minutes. Chat, you know what would be actually kind of crazy? You know how, like, Mawika used the Ode of Resurrection to basically give the Natlanese, like, unkillable, like, potential in the war against the Abyss? I wonder if it's possible, or if this is a part of the plan. Renova governs death into that. Right? Renova governs, I assume she governs, like, death in all things onto that. you have the Tsaritsa, who looks like she's lining up herself with Rhine-Daughter, and is like teaming up with Rhine-Daughter to take down Renova. And Piero might be a part of that too. Imagine they try to kill Renova. Imagine they kill Renova and then nobody can die onto that. Like, you can beat them to a pulp, you can beat them into submission, but they won't die. That pretty much creates like an endless army assault on the Heavenly Principles and the Shades. In the same way that the Ode of Resurrection prevented people from dying during the Natlan War. And I'm kind of curious if they're trying to do a similar situation, where by killing death, you prevent death on the planet until that system is repaired. And, you know, if the other Shades decide to fight, or if the Abyss gets involved, or if the Heavenly Principles gets involved, they don't have death on their side. You know what I mean? So, like, humans are weak compared to the Divine, but they're strength in numbers. And as long as they get back up, they can keep fighting the good fight. I think that would be kind of cool if there was something to that. You know, if that's a possibility. Where, like, the ruler of death is dead, so the authority of death no longer applies on the planet until that system is reinstated. And, yeah, I was just thinking that now. We were just talking about Renova and about Piero and the Tsaritsa killing Renova, and I was like, I wonder what repercussions or benefits that would apply to the world, and I wondered if that might be a potential angle. Also, if Renova dies, I wonder if that could potentially lift the Curse of Immortality on the Conrians. Because that might be another angle, where it's like, okay, we got Capitano to finesse you on one of your rules, and because we can't force the other rule upon you, like, because you can't willingly do that yourself, I assume the Heavenly Principles forced you to do that, we have to kill you to lift that second rule. And that will then allow, I don't know, the Conrians to die. I don't know if that fucks up the ley lines, if any of the Conrians that are immortal are corrupted with the Abyss. Like, Dainsleif is corrupted with the Abyss, so, like, if he dies and he goes to the ley lines, I'd assume that would have negative repercussions on the ley lines because of abyssal contamination, but I don't know. That's another thing that just crossed my mind now, so I'm just thinking on the fly, and I'm wondering how all of this might come together, but it's exciting to think about. If Renova dies, do you think the Curse of Immortality will be gone? You literally just missed everything I just said. I literally just talked, unless you just joined, I literally just talked about that. But I said that is a possibility, and I wonder if that's why they're trying to fight Renova. Why do you treat the Dark Destroyer as if it isn't the Abyss, even though they're the same thing and use the same type of power? I'm not treating them like they're not the same thing. I'm just giving it a proper title. Also, there's the Abyss, but I assume this Dark Destroyer is like the progenitor of the Abyss in the universe. So that's a little bit higher than the Abyss that we know of into that. Technically, you argue that if she died, there'd be a Curse of Immortality applied to everyone. No, I meant the opposite. If that's what I said, I meant the opposite. I meant if she dies, the Curse of Immortality will be lifted on the Conrians. Yeah, I guess I did say no one would die. Yeah, well, those were two separate schools of thought. I didn't mean that they would be congruent. I meant that they would be separate. I was like, it's either this or that. But not both at the same time, because that is a little contradictory. But yeah, I don't treat the Dark Destroyer as if it isn't the Abyss. It is the Abyss. I know that. I just treat it as like a greater threat because it seems to be like it's a cosmic entity. It's a cosmic force. Whereas the Abyss on Teyvat, it sounds like the Dark Destroyer would just wipe this planet in a heartbeat, but the Abyss that lingers here isn't like, it's not on that same level. Like it's still a threat, it's still destructive, but it's not like, I don't know if this is just pieces of the Abyss and it's like pieces of a whole that isn't like fully realized, but no, I definitely, I've never made the claim that the Dark Destroyer wasn't the Abyss. I just considered the Dark Destroyer to be something a bit more holistic. And thus, respectfully, deserves its proper title. Is this discussion mode then end of stream? No. I'm just yapping right now, as I tend to do. We're gonna be reading the Disenchantment set, actually, so let's lock in. I've been yapping for way too long at this point. Also, I gotta use the bathroom really quick, so... Classic Arnold, but I've been in this chair for almost 4 hours, and I've had plenty of water, so I'll be right back. Run back. I got a Reese's. Will he try to stream more? I'm sorry, will he try to schedule more streams to get through all the new content during the patch? I stream pretty long, but obviously I'm gonna do my best to focus on just immersing myself in another nation. This is nothing new. But, I don't know if I need to schedule more. We'll see. Thanks, I understand what you mean now. I think your point makes sense, especially since it is stated that the Dark Destroyer wiped out entire galaxies, which means its level of power is beyond everything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my terminology, I still mean the same thing. It's just semantic. I mean, not semantics, it's, what's what I'm looking for. Like, I mean, the term's interchangeable, right? The Abyss, Dark Destroyer, it's all the same force at the end of the day. No, I'm not reading Vera's Melancholy today. I'm reading that on Saturday, because that book is too fucking long and it has to be its own stream. I wonder how long it's going to take me to read that book. Any word of Arnold's, any word of Arnold checking out Reed Miller audio drama in the future? Maybe in the future. I'm not gonna promise or guarantee a specific date or time, because Snezhnaya is right around the corner. Will you do a collab with Ashikai? I don't really know what we would collab about, to be honest. We've tried to do like a group collab, like talking about lore in general, but like our schedules just never aligned. Like with me and Leah and Roosevelt and Yuffie. Like we've tried coordinating, but like there were times where I was present and then Ashikai wasn't, and then there were times Ashikai was present and then I wasn't available. So we've just never lined up. Like I've never spoken to her. But I'm not opposed. Okay. Chad, I apologize. I'm so sorry. Alright, we're gonna run a 60-second ad and then we're gonna start. I promise. Alright, chat, stop asking me questions! You're distracting me! Alright? You're never gonna get your lore reading if you keep asking me questions. So you know what? If you want to keep asking questions, I'll answer it, but then don't ask why we're not starting. Because it's your fault. How many ads in a row is that? I don't know. In a row? I don't know, man. I've been yapping. But I want the timer back at 60 so that way I don't gotta run another ad in 40 minutes. I can run another one in 60 minutes. Is he done shiny hunting? Yes, we finished all of that. You must have missed that stream, but yes, we did finish all shiny hunting. I'm so happy. And then it's all just gonna go away. Alright, chat, really quick. While the ads are still... Well, I guess ads are over. Okay, I promise, this is the last thing. Alright, how many of you guys think this ship, the Winglet, is going to be here after the server maintenance? Do you guys think it's still gonna be here? And the minigames will be gone? But the boat will still be there? Do you believe? Yay or nay? I want to believe so bad that it'll be here, but a part of me feels like it won't. But I'm gonna say, for the content, I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes, it'll be here. That way, if it's not here, I can cry about it, and then if it's here, I can be like, see, I told you it's here. So, it's content either way. Hell yeah. Alright, chat, say hi to YouTube. We're starting. Oh my god, my encounter... I completely forgot the encounter points are gonna get reset too. Oh my god. I mean, they're gonna accumulate when you start exploring and getting chests anyway, so that's whatever. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin... Oh wait, hold on, give me a second. It's nighttime. I need it to be morning. You almost got me, Hoyoverse, but I'm one step ahead of you, okay? I'm not gonna be reading lore in the pitch black dead of night. You got me fucked up. Alright, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We have gone through a couple of lore reading bits today at the time of recording. We went through the Pale Flame set. We just finished reading the Celestial Gift artifact set, which talked about life beyond Teyvat with the Voyager's life and the chronicled timeline of her arrival on Teyvat, all the way up to the Angel Rebellion and the War of Vengeance with the Dragons, which was such a super sick read. And this is the last artifact set that we are reading before Snezhnaya. And I don't know if it's going to relate or regard to Snezhnaya. I don't know if it's going to relate to Snezhnaya because I don't really know what it entails. However, every artifact set, there's always an artifact set that we get that alludes to something in the next nation, right? It's happened in it's happened in Fontaine and Natlan, and I feel like this artifact set that we're going to be getting into, which is going to be the Disenchantment which is the Disenchantment in Deep Shadows artifact set. I think that's the set that is going to primarily focus on something going on in Snezhnaya to whatever extent. And we're going to be checking it out and reading it for the first time, so I hope you guys look forward to it. Sorry, by the way, I'm slowly dying. Okay. Alright, let's see. Alright, so we have Disenchantment in Deep Shadows, and we have the reading order here. We have the Circlet, the Flower, the Circlet, the Flower, the Sands, the Plume, and the Goblet, in that order. So we are going to start with the Circlet first. We have Pendulum that ceased amidst a great fall. That is a mouthful. It was a delicate trinket awarded to her in praise by the hand of her only master. Interesting. All right, give me 1 second. All right, let's go. All right. It was a gift from the towering man upon the throne, given in celebration of her birth. Oh. The Belyazar? To the Lord of Ice and Frost, whose years span the long ages, the blossoming of a human life past... the blossoming of a human life passes in the mere blink of an eye. He still remembered wandering in that world of shadows. Wait. He still remembered wandering in that world of shadows. There, he recalled, lay the shattered golden homeland, the mother he never knew. I'm sorry, the mother he never met. It was there that he discovered the secrets of the Hyperboreans that had buried in the deepest trenches, finding the answers about himself that he had pursued for thousands of years. But nothing he learned was enough to free him from the endless pain and doubt, for more often than not, wisdom is but a curse in disguise. Is this about the Belyazar being born in Hyperborea? And now they're going back to Hyperborea to finding the answers about himself that he had pursued for thousands of years. So Hyperborea fell around 6,000 years ago following the War of Vengeance. At that point, the Fae were already created. But I wonder what he meant by... So, this lay the shattered golden homeland, the mother he had never met. I don't know if the mother he never met was like the Voyager and the first Angel, because they were the ones who initiated the creation of the Fae. So I assume that that's what it says. It also says he still remembered wandering in that world of shadows. That sounds like the Abyss, kinda. Right? Like, I remember there was a similar... I think it was with Durin? That, like... Oh, no, it was Alenus, actually. I think it was Alenus that was like, oh, before I was born, I was just, like, wandering in the freaking void or something. And then he was brought into this world by his mother, which we learned that to be... we learned that to be, like, we learned that to be Rhine-Daughter. So I don't know if the world of shadows is the Abyss. It also could be the Shadow Realm, right? This, like, parallel, like, void realm of Snezhnaya. So I'm not too sure about the distinction there, or, like, what they're referencing. He still remembered wandering in that world of shadows. There, he recalled, lay the shattered golden home, Hyperborea, the mother he had never met. Unless they're referring to Hyperborea as the mother he never met, meaning that... I assume this is the Belyazar? Assuming that this person has never been to Hyperborea. And it was there that he discovered the secrets of the Hyperboreans. So he doesn't know about his origins. Countless times thereafter, he walked the ruins in the shadows, pondering whether he should shoulder such a burden. For in this day and age, none remained that would demand the responsibilities and burdens he had been made to bear. That is, until one day, he passed by a broken structure filled with life-sustaining devices from ages past. Oh, life-sustaining devices, like Kingdom Hearts has them. They're almost kind of like these, like, chambers that you can, like, sleep in. Those must have been the efforts of the ancients to endure that in the this must have been the efforts of the ancients to endure into the future, he thought, as the blade of the heavens hung ever lower than the, as the blade of the heavens hung ever lower over them. Though he had seen such devices in the distant past, the ones he encountered there were either broken or had otherwise failed. This time was different. Among the darkened devices, one suddenly flickered to life, as if it had sensed something. It was like a random number appearing in a cold calculation, a small, otherwise insignificant blip suddenly magnified beyond all proportions. He opened the fragile hatch as if opening a treasure chest. Yo, a common chest. Two primo... guys, it's the primo gems. There's two primo gems in that pod. And inside, he found unconscious yet still alive? A silver-haired infant. Wait. You're telling me that there's a survivor of the Hyperborean era? Are they still alive? I don't know when this was. This was thousands of years ago. Or thousands of years ago from when this reading is happening. Like when this text is being described. So there was a silver-haired baby inside of one of these life-sustaining vessels. "Thank you for the gift," said the young lady, as she sat upright and touched the fresh piercings in her ear. Her earlobes were still burning a little. "The King of the North returned to the present..." Oh, shit. Mans was daydreaming about this moment in the past. So this is like a memory. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna come back up top real quick. "Thank you for the gift," said the young lady as she sat upright, touching the fresh piercings on her ear. Her earlobes were still burning. Oh, so these are the earrings. These are the gifts. So these earrings, because it says it was a gift from the towering man upon the throne given in celebration of her birth. And it's this baby? So the Belyazar, hold on, I gotta write this down. So the Belyazar found a silver-haired infant in Hyperborea. Essentially saved her, raised her, I assume? And gave her those earrings on her birthday when she was older. Alright, well here's the thing, chat. This already throws a couple wrenches in my previous thoughts and theories about the Tsaritsa and the Belyazar. Being like father and daughter, because I'm pretty sure the Tsaritsa also has silver hair. I'm not saying that this silver-haired infant is the Tsaritsa, but I'm pretty sure the Tsaritsa has what you can describe to be silver hair based on what we've seen of her. But I don't think she's wearing these earrings. She's wearing different, like, ice earrings, but those could also be different earrings based on, like, how she dresses outside versus how these earrings were gifted to her. I don't know. Or this could be a completely different person altogether. A silver-haired infant. The King of the North returned to the present moment. The young lady, who was all grown up, spoke her thanks with a hint of probing intent. "What can I give you in return?" she asked. It was a question to which no answer was really needed. But all of a sudden, a long, lingering sadness settled over his thoughts like frost, and in the end, he relented and told the young maiden of the vision he had once held, or perhaps had held for far too long. Oh, did he just reveal, like, hey, I found you in a Hyperborean life-sustaining pod as I was looking for remnants of my past, and I basically took you in. Okay, that is interesting. Alright, so this seems to be lore focusing on the Belyazar. and this unknown infant baby from Hyperborea back in the day. I don't know if this is a fae or if it's like a human because they have silver hair. Also, didn't the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the priestess in Solvin Dagnir also have silver hair, or am I making that up? I might be making that up. Cause I know she was like born under like an Irminsul tree or something, and I think that's what gave her like her prophetic powers. Oh, she was born under a silver tree. Okay, that's what I'm getting mixed up. I'm thinking of the silver tree she was born under, so the silver. So I do wonder if the silver hair has anything to do with Irminsul, because I'm pretty sure they've said in previous lore readings, it may have been the Hymns of the Far North, that I think there's an Irminsul tree, or an Irminsul branch, or an Irminsul tree of some sort in Hyperborea. And so she may have been born, like, under that tree for all we know. Hold on. Interesting. So I wonder how long ago this was, because it says, you know, she's a young lady now, but how many years has it been since then? I don't know if that confirms that she's human or fae or something else. But let's keep reading. Next, we have the flower. Iridescence that seized iridescence that seized amidst glory. It was a flower made of silk, gifted to her by a friend whose hands were as cold as ice. Read the beginning again? Wait, the beginning of what I just read? Oh, okay, human life. Okay, she is a human then. I completely I mean, at that time when I read that, I wasn't aware that there was like a human baby at that there was like the baby part didn't come up yet. Okay, so yeah, so she's a human baby. So I guess that must mean she's either this is very recent or she's already dead. But I still feel like the silver hair might be like supernatural. Like there might be something special about her. I'm not sure. All right. Let's continue. Iridescence that ceased amidst glory. It was a flower that made the silk gifted to her by a friend. Wait, it was a flower made of silk gifted to her by a friend whose hands were as cold as ice. All right. These days, few visitors seek out the mountain manor held by the most preeminent of the Snegovik, which are the ice people. Though it is said that in ages past, many a noble lord would arrive bearing gold-etched invitations to a feast within its walls. The silver-haired maiden was once among them, though in those days she had yet to become a mage in the shadows. Oh. Nor had she knocked upon any gates concealing secrets. She was merely a court assistant following the Emperor of the North, so that's the Belyazar. The idle talk of the Fae was always oh so stale and wearing. Moreover, being human, yeah. The maiden drew too many gazes for those who were not of her kind, and so she quietly slipped away from the banquet hall. All right, so it's a human. Oh, that's interesting. So the Belyazar took in a human, raised the human, I assume raised the human as his own, and took her to like Fae gatherings and whatnot, and the other Fae were like, what the heck's the human doing here? You know what I mean? Like she wasn't of her, she wasn't of their kind. The maiden drew too many gazes of those who were not of her kind, and she quietly slipped away from the banquet hall. Okay. Unfortunately, the interior of this 1,000-year-old structure was a veritable maze, and by the time the girl, intent only on going upward, realized her mistake. The way back was lost. To return, she would have to navigate a tangle of winding halls and endless stairs, as the moonlight played one trick after another through the windows. Yeah, that false sky, man, that false moon. But within this uninhabitable silence, the maiden finally found a peace that had long eluded her. It was not until the master of the banquet, the princess of the Snegorochka, appeared behind her. So that's the Tsaritsa, right? I mean, the princess of the Snegorochka, and you got the Emperor of the North. That's royalty right there, which is why it's kind of like, I assume that that's who it is. I'll just put Princess of the Snegorochka. And I'm gonna put Tsaritsa? Question mark? This is also lining up very well with the story of Ajax and Snegorochka, but let us continue. It was not until the master of the banquet, the princess of the Snegorochka, appeared behind her, that she realized the mistress of all frost and ice had also long since grown tired of her guests' cliches and banalities. Thus, the two had already turned their backs on the banquet, and so the mistress showed the maiden the paintings, sculptures, and puzzles hidden away in the manor, and the silver-haired maiden met them with a wit and acuity that had already set her apart. Finally, as their talk drew to a close, the princess of the Snegorochka revealed the deft craft of the Fae. An entire courtyard shaped from ice that never melts. Interesting. With towers rising like spikes of salt and trees that swayed without a palpable breeze. Along with pale grass, frost flowers, rabbits, and even an imposing moose. Damn. We gotta be careful for those moose in Nodcry. I'm sorry, in Snezhnaya. Everything unfolded at their feet, like a dream suddenly spilling from behind a sleeper's pillow. As though she caught the longing in the maiden's eyes, the princess of the Snegorochka offered up a cautionary word. Even the ice that never melts is but a creation of magic, and thus cannot truly endure. Ooh. Interesting. What did, it was in the Winter Night's Lazo, Piero said something along the lines. He was like, let every sacrifice be carved in ice. And he basically said something about endure for all time. For Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, we will seize authority from the gods. So they're basically saying that the ice that never melts is a creation of magic. And so I wonder if, like, the ice that we see in the Winter Night's Lazo is, like, actual, like, ice-imbued powers. That's not magic. Like, that ice will truly endure because it comes from the Tsaritsa. Yeah, let this nation endure for all time. Yeah. What you see is but fleeting lights and shadows, engraved in the blood of those who were once enslaved. Yet the servants of yore may still perform such wondrous tricks, while the humans who were once their master... Oh, while the humans that were once their masters can no longer reclaim their former glory. Wow. No wonder the Fae don't like humans. So the humans created the Fae to be their servants. And the Fae were like, fuck that. We're glad. And then, like, I guess after the War of Vengeance and after Hyperborea fell, the Fae were like, we're free. Interesting. Because I found that odd, too, that these newborn Fae were immediately riling to the front lines to fight in this war that had nothing to do with them. It's like they were almost, I wonder if they were like created even for war and for fighting and for conflict on behalf of the Hyperboreans. Holy moly. And so that, I was also under the, I was curious about like the resentment and like the hostility that was mentioned in previous readings about like, oh, why do human and Fae are at each other's necks? And it's because the human race of the past in Hyperborea subjugated them, enslaved them, and like basically like used them to do their bidding and all of that. And then when they got to Snezhnaya, the Lord of all Fae, right, the Belyazar was like, we're on top, this is our nation, fuck all you humans. But I wonder, because this human was in Hyperborea, the Belyazar like felt some type of way about this human baby and took her in and didn't discriminate or judge her based on the sins of the past, you know? So that's very, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. So they, so the princess here is saying that the Fae can do like tricks like that. They can do tricks using magic. So the Fae are basically like magic wielders. They don't need the elements. I'm sorry, they don't need they don't need visions. They can harness the elements outright and do like a bunch of these magic tricks. At their parting, the Snegorochka princess fashioned for her a flower from silk. Unlike the unmelting ice, while the vibrant hues of silk might fade, the substance would endure much longer. As she watched the Snegorochka pin the silken gift to her chest with her long, slender fingers, the maiden said with a smile, "I thought you were only artsy in how you wield power to shape all things from ice and snow." Oxinia? Oh, this is the girl's name. I think that's how you say that. Oxinia? The princess of the Snegorochka replied, It is never the craft that is artful, but the heart. This is proof of our friendship. From now on, no matter when, I shall be delighted to receive you here. Aww. So the Snegorochka princess and I guess the Belyazar's like adopted daughter became friends? But see, that's the thing though. See, this is the thing that's a little confusing, chat. If the princess is the Belyazar's daughter, why are they speaking as if like, it's almost like the Belyazar and Oxinia went to this party where the princess already lived, implying that this isn't their house, implying that there's no relation to them. So I actually am kind of curious if the princess and the Belyazar are not related, actually. Also, I gotta write that name down. Oxinia. Silver-haired girl from Hyperborea. Yeah, I was gonna say it's either the, well, we know that if it, here's the thing, it probably is, it could still be the Tsaritsa, but the Tsaritsa and the Belyazar aren't related in the way that I thought. That like the Tsaritsa came from the Belyazar. I don't think that's valid anymore. Based on this artifact piece. They might both still be Fae, and so maybe they're related in the fact that they're both of the same kind, but I don't think this princess, if this is the Tsaritsa, I don't think she is like a direct like offspring of the Belyazar, is basically what I think. Which is crazy because I've been carrying that theory ever since we read Hymns of the Far North, but it seems like this artifact set clarifies some things. Huh. Also, I kind of wonder if this Snegorochka, because it seems like the Belyazar doesn't know anything about their past, actually. Right? It seems like the Belyazar, like, why would the Belyazar need to go to Hyperborea, look through the ruins, and try to find answers? It's almost as if they don't remember who they are or where they come from or their origins, as opposed to maybe some of these other Fae that are more aligned or more in tune with who they are and their creations and their past. So that's another confusing thing, because I thought the Lord of all Fae, I thought the Emperor of the North kind of knew everything that there is to know about the Fae, especially since they went on to rule all of them. But I guess not. All right, next up we have the Sands. Moment that ceased upon waking from grand dreams. It was a fleeting moment. She gave a certain silent alchemist. Oh God, alchemists. Alchemy? Is this the person that made alchemy banned in Snezhnaya? It was a fleeting moment. She gave a certain silent alchemist to remind him of every item on his schedule. So it's a man. I really hope this isn't Rotwang. That's all I'm saying. A silent male alchemist. Alright, let's see. It was a time before the Tsaritsa, who now rules Snezhnaya, had ascended the throne in Zapoliarny Palace. A time when the land of ice and snow had... Oh, so the snow and ice is not there yet. So this is back when... If you remember the Transcendence trailer, it showed, like, the Tsaritsa and, like, her child. And, like, there was no snow or ice. It was just, like, green grass and lushness before, like, everything went to shit. A time when the land of ice and snow had not yet, due to the Harbingers, forbidden all practice of the art of alchemy. A time when the land of ice and snow had not yet... Is that supposed to say yet, or is that supposed to say set? It's like, what do you mean had not yet? Or are they saying it's a time before? Oh, like not yet, like time. So it's not that time yet. Okay, so yeah, the yet part. I was like, wait a minute, are they talking about the time? Oh, okay, that was a little weird to like just read. But yeah, I guess it's referencing the present. A time when the land of snow and ice had not yet, due to the Harbingers, forbidden all practice of the art of alchemy. Okay, so alchemy had not yet been forbidden. Oh. Wait, they're saying that was because of the Harbingers? That alchemy was forbidden? Was it Dottore? I'm sorry, but like that's the first person I gotta think of. Dottore's old as fuck. So interesting. Okay, so alchemy is a free alchemy's free game at this point. I would like to think yeah, probably Piero. I'm just throwing shade at Dottore because it's fun. Somewhere beneath the long shadow of the Snow King, a young alchemist with long black hair had finally been unshackled, so he could conduct research that could defy every single taboo in existence. Is nobody gonna stop this man? We're just gonna let this shit go down? No objections? I guess we're all in agreement. This is allowed? Okay. Maybe you should have banned alchemy sooner, but that's just me. I wonder if this is actually Rotwang. A young alchemist with long black hair had finally a young alchemist with long black hair was finally being unshackled. So it's like he was in custody, so he can conduct research that would defy every single taboo in existence. To the young man, the world was but an assemblage of elements. The meaning was something that could only be found in the material plane. To him, life was but an accidental puzzle, assembled by nature over millennia, a mosaic that human intellect, reigning sovereign over all, could freely cut and paste at will. And thus... Excuse me? And thus he grew wings on 4 winged beasts and insect wings and Cassis on tigers and leopards. Though his reshaping of life impressed many of his peers, he remained unsatisfied. Dude, so he's making, like, chimeras and... You know what's... Oh, chat! There's a chimera in the live stream! And I was like, oh, I wonder if this is, like, a product of alchemy. I associated it with... I was like, oh, Rhine-Daughter's here. Maybe she made some things while she was here. Oh, shit. So that must have been one of the alchemist's creations, maybe, that still lives in Snezhnaya. Holy moly, that's cool. Though his reshaping of life impressed many of his peers, he remained unsatisfied. After all, beasts were but lives governed by witless souls, whereas the vessels of those possessing intellect should be far more complex and fascinating. What are you gonna do? Human alchemy? Human transmutation? Finally, in a move that was all but suicide, he turned his hands towards the Fae, who had held power at that time. Pretends to be surprised, pretends to be shocked, chat. Who could have seen that coming? This should have been the end of the young man's life. And oh, fuck. Oh my god. Curiosity killed the cat and everybody along with it. That should have been the end of the young man's life. Instead, his crimes drew the attention of the Snow King, who sent him to labor at the Institute, where all taboos are touched and where lines were merely suggestions and the basic for further experiments. Bro, Dottore would love this day and age. Dottore was born too late. This was the age where Dottore would have been fucking king of the Fae. Brother would have had a field day with all of these taboos and rules. Are you kidding me? It was on that very afternoon that the gloomy alchemist first met the silver-haired maiden, Oxinia. However, her gentle words and tenderness only wounded his pride. Driven by spite, or perhaps by a desire to provoke her into fear and drive her away, the alchemist used the brief moment of their handshake to work a secret art, causing an ear to grow within her palm? Okay, you're trolling. This is fucking creepy. Ah, I see now. So this is the art you have mastered. This will be of great use to our endeavors indeed. The maiden covered her mouth with the hand that bore the ear and whispered... Wait, what? Very well done, my guy. Like, what the hell? That's so creepy. The maiden covered her mouth with the hand that bore the ear and whispered to it. It was only when she saw the confusion on the... Bro, I'm confused. It was only when she saw the confusion on the alchemist's face that she realized he could not hear through the ear in her palm. It was, after all, meant to just be a temporary modification of the flesh using... What, did she think that was his ear? And she was like, all right, I'll just talk to you like this then. Oh, I love her. She's got such a great sense of humor. It was, after all, meant to be just a temporary modification of the flesh using secret arts, nothing more than a loathsome prank. The extra organ soon fell away like a scab, dissolving into a puddle of mud. The maiden, however, felt a trace of regret. That was quite fascinating. However, you should understand that there are strict rules and procedures in this place. The next time you intend to attempt such a thing, remember to submit a request to me beforehand. Also, time is short, and your schedule is written here. Damn, she's like prompt. She's like, all right, buddy, I'm gonna deal with your schedule. I ain't got time for this nonsense, this chicanery. The encounter left the dark-haired young man in a trance-like state for the rest of the afternoon. In this daze, he perceived something invisible, something intangible, that rose above material life. And the world was no longer a mere puzzle of countless accidents haphazardly pieced together. Within it, he found something that stung, yet also stirred yearning within him. Did bro just, like, fall in love with her? Huh? That's all it took? Bro, she didn't even try. Huh? My guy, he was just like, what a woman. Oh my god. Come on, man. You can't fold at the first freaking person that you were attempting to prank. She like Uno reversed his prank and he was like, wow, that's never happened to me before. She's amazing. I think I love her. Folded under absolutely zero pressure. That is hilarious. Holy moly. Oxinia, you sound like an absolute joy. You sound incredible. I'm trying to think. Hold on. So this is an artifact set that's referencing the next nation. We know the Belyazar is already dead. I don't know who this black-haired alchemist is. Again, I don't know if it's Rotwang or if it's someone else entirely yet, because they haven't mentioned anything about the Abyss yet. But I wonder if this is going to be referenced at all in whatever world quests we get in the next nation. Because that's another thing, too. It's not just that the previous artifact sets tease the next nation. They kind of tease the next nation in regards to their Archon quest relevancy, right? We got the Lightkeepers. We got the Lightkeepers world quest with Itlua, with the artifact set of the Lightkeepers. We got, like, the freaking talking stick was literally in the mainline Archon quest for Natlan. Along with the, the Ochka Natlan lore that was in the Burning artifact set. I forgot what it's called. The Unfinished Reverie artifact set had, like, Ochka Natlan lore tied to it. Fontaine's artifact set had the Narcissenkreuz, right, with the director and the vice director, so Lyris and Basil Elton. So I'm kind of wondering if Oxinia, I don't know if she's alive though, because she would have had to. She's probably dead by now, but I'm assuming there might be, or this black-haired individual, or like the Belyazar might be focused in a world quest when we go to Snezhnaya. So I think that's really cool. And I'm really hoping that we get more information on them when we get there. I mean, if we're getting the Belyazar lore in Snezhnaya, I assume we'll get Oxinia too, since that was like his adopted daughter practically. Okay. So we got the sands. Next up is the plume. We have sharpness that ceased upon wondrous creation. It was a feather quill given to her followers, once used to pen the most absurd of dreams. Okay. It was here that the young apprentice followed the silver-haired researcher. Oh my god. What are we doing? Why? Why are we doing this, chat? It was here that the young apprentice followed the silver-haired researcher into the shadows of the world, beheld the ruins of a once splendorant golden civilization laid waste by devastation. Oh, so did she go to Hyperborea? Because that's where she's from, technically. The towers, frozen in time and space, loomed like giants with shattered bodies, while the earth lay open as a weeping gash. It was a blow that the master of the heavens had struck, a wound congealed upon the world since days long past. All dreams of freedom had been annihilated, extinguished as fast as snow beneath a scorching sun. Okay, here's the thing, chat. I don't mind that she's here. I'm a little worried that the alchemist is with her. So I don't know if I should be sus of this alchemist, because he kind of came off a bit sussy, but now he's like smitten over her, so maybe I have nothing to worry about, but I don't know. A cruel reaping met every seed of rebellion before it could even sprout. Even so, the researcher who had witnessed it all pressed on through the ruins, seemingly oblivious to the danger, moving deftly, as if dancing across a tightrope of blades on ice. Are you not afraid? The path you walk, the path once trod upon those before you, ended in nothing but destruction. Are you not afraid? The threshold you seek to cross is long shattered, and the stairs severed by the heavens. The silver-haired researcher listened quietly to the young apprentice's pleas of caution. Even as she continued to sketch the design of a grand undertaking never meant to be, as they spoke, the researcher recalled that the domovoi before her was actually slightly older than her. But she did not sneer at the fear born of witnessing the collapse of grand civilization. On the contrary, she looked straight into those trembling eyes and into the doubt at the very core of the other's being. Oh, man. So there's a domovoi fae still residing in Hyperborea? Or, so chat, is this saying that there's a domovoi fae before her? Or are they saying that the alchemist is a domovoi? Hold on, let me read this again. The domovoi is her assistant? Hold on. What? Did I misread that? Hold on. Where did it say that? Or is that the implication? In the middle? Did I read this yet? Hold on. We switched POVs in the middle? Okay, I see. I got a little tripped up there because I thought it was only the alchemist. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm like literally, I just got debated. For some strange reason, I read The Young Apprentice and I thought that she was down here with the alchemist, but she's down here with her apprentice. Damn, she has an apprentice now? Shit, what the heck? I remember before, wasn't she an assistant to someone in the past and now she has an assistant? Okay, I see now. Yeah, I thought she was down here with the alchemist. But I completely misread that. Yeah, my bad. That was the, so she's down here with her domovoi assistant. And I guess because they're a fae, they're like, oh shit, like we shouldn't be down here. My kind got wiped out, right? A bunch of fae died here. So, okay, there we go. I did have to reread that bit. The silver-haired researcher listened quietly to the young apprentice's plea for caution. Even as she continued to sketch the design of the grand undertaking never meant to be, as they spoke, the researcher recalled that the domovoi before her was actually slightly older than herself, but she did not sneer at the fear born of witnessing the collapse of a grand civilization. On the contrary, she looked straight into those trembling eyes and into the doubt at the very core of the other's being. The fire may have been lit, but what remains today is but its cool Sorry, but what remains today is but its long-cooled grave. All right. So fear not, for even if we are able to step into the new world, there will be others after us who will go one step further. Yeah, I love that. Fear not, for even if we cannot cross the new threshold, our bones shall serve as the next step for those to climb. Wow. That sounds almost kind of like what Koitar said, you know, in her speech. She was like, you know, we'll die here, but others will pick up where we left off. The silver-haired researcher, a girl no longer, placed her pen in her apprentice's hands. The young Domovoy's hand grew heavy, not for the feather, but the sheer weight of the researcher's conviction. Wow. Yeah, so she's researching, she's doing her thing, guys. Holy moly. So, I guess the Belyazar told her about her origins, and, you know, when she got a little older and she got an assistant, she was like, you know what, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna research that, if you will. And, she decided to come to Hyperborea and maybe learn a little bit about herself as well. So, very interesting. Yeah, if I die, you continue the research, yeah. So, she'll do her research, and if she dies, hey, it's her assistant's time. Or I guess her assistant's gonna get a freaking promotion, and we'll have to take over for her. But I wonder what exactly she's trying to do. Oh my god, guys, this artifact set was so good. It's already done. We only have one left. Hold on, let me see. No, goblet. Alright, so the last piece we have, ovations that ceased upon festivity. It was a goblet of wine she had accepted in celebration from the hands of a colleague. Oh my gosh. This was a time when primordial venom and primal light clashed in a corner unseen. Wait. Excuse me? There was a time when primordial venom and primal light clashed in a corner unseen by the heavens' gaze, the gaze of the heavens. If a lover, a fervor, and an ambition just greater than the world itself were to take shape, they had to be born and kindled in a place unseen by any eyes. It was a design. Well, I mean, the Shadow Realm is unseen by the heavens, right? They even said that in the live stream. No elements, no perception at all. So maybe they what do they clash freaking darkness and light in the Shadow Realm? If a love, a fervor, and an ambition just greater than the world itself were to take shape, they had to be born and kindled in a place unseen by any eye. It was a design that could not endure the slightest deviation in its course. I do not like the sound of this. And an experiment that stood but a hair's breadth from world-spanning madness. Bro, either Oxinia is her, or she literally fumbled. It was almost as if someone had stayed the hand of fate itself, forcing coin toss after coin toss until the desired outcome was reached. Or perhaps only through upheaval at the I'm like literally my brain. Or perhaps it was only through upheaval at the periphery that certain possibilities pass through layer upon layer of constraint and be captured and brought into being by a plan most absurd. Did they create, like, life? Once upon a time, at the behest of a snow king burdened by sin and remorse, a group of people was assembled and tasked with a single purpose. Oh my god. They even said that there was a staircase that was cut off by the heavens. To seek the stairway leading to the vacant seat of in the court of the stars. A passage to a place where worry and sorrow would no longer trouble them ever again. Countless days and nights of toil pass as the Snow King's company were driven through an unending succession of forbidden acts and descents into the ruins of ancient civilizations. All to trace the faint outline of a dream once shaped by a primordial golden realm and brought forth a vast embryo long hidden in shadow. The ancient wait, he has a name! Dude, if Alvis is alive in the present, holy fuck, we're cooking. The ancient Domovoi, Alvis, that's her assistant. So Alvis and Oxinia. The ancient Domovoi Alvis cast his gaze past the princess of the Snegurochka and the brooding, long-haired alchemist as he rose from his high stool. An amiable, yet unloving old man, the great lord of Kitezhgrad. The great lord of Kitezhgrad, who had monopolized the city's mining industry since its founding, raised his wine cup towards her and said... Oh, that's not the assistant? Okay, well, they're hitting me with another Domo voice, so I thought this was the same one. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said. Damn, I'm getting debated now. Oh, this is the Grand Duke. I think this character was mentioned because the name Alvis looks familiar, but I don't remember. All right, never mind. I take that back. The ancient Domovoi Alvis cast his gaze past the princess of the Snegurochka and the brooding, long-haired alchemist. I'm sorry, past the princess of the Snegurochka and the brooding, long-haired alchemist as he rose from his high stool. An amiable yet unloving man, the great lord of Kitezhgrad. So Duke Alvis is the lord of Kitezhgrad? I take it? An amiable yet unloving old man, the great lord of Kitezhgrad, who had monopolized the city's mining industry since its founding, raising his wine cup towards her and said, "It is hard to imagine such a great undertaking ultimately being led and completed by humans, but we are all aware of what you have given, such that you could reach and even surpass everything left by those who came before in the blink of a single lifetime, Oxinia. You have every right to take pride in this, and you have every right to take pride in this achievement." Interesting. So in her feeble little lifetime that spans but the blink of an eye for a fae, she researched and completed, I assume that's like that city in the sky that the Belyazar wanted to create, like a civilization for the fae that they wouldn't be able, you know, that they could basically live free from the oppression of the heavenly principles. Oxinia fulfilled that goal. Interesting. Also, they say that that they monopolized the mining industry, and didn't they say like the Belyazar basically needed or like harvested those I forgot what they called them, but there's like specific mining materials like ore material in Snezhnaya. So I wonder if that's the material, the resource that they're referring to in this whole mining industry. Yeah, the Kresnik's crystals. Yeah, that's what they were called. Let me write that down because I did forget. Kresnik's crystals. Also, now that I actually may have mentioned this because I do remember Alvis's name. I wonder if Grand Duke Alvis is Puccinella at all. They say he's an amiable yet unloving old man, the great lord of Kitezhgrad. But see, that's the thing. Maybe at the time he was the lord of Kitezhgrad, but now he's like the mayor of Snezhnagrad. So I'm curious if they're one and the same. Because we do know that the Domovoi are like the little fae. And so I feel like that might be, we know he's a Domovoi. So I'm curious. I'm curious if that's him. So Alvis. We'll keep that in mind, right? Because we don't know his real name. And we'll come back to that. It could not have been easy for the Domovoi Lord, who had always held humanity in little regard, to make such a pronouncement. The girl recalled their very first encounter. The deep disgust and fear of human... Yeah. Okay, actually, you know what, chat? I'm gonna hold. I'm looking at... I can see the ad mentions from the corner of my eye, so I'm like, you know what? Let me stop this recording, and let's, we'll get another one going. And then we'll clean this up. Hey, yo, Arnold, long time since I've been here, trying to catch up on all the VODs now. Hey, you have a lot of content to look forward to. I hope you enjoy. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. How are the allergies going? I don't have, like, a sneeze or anything. I mean, my throat is always, my asthma just acts up around this time, but other than that, things are pretty good. Arnold, do you remember what Historia told us about primordial human? Yeah, that they're made up of, like, light and darkness. And so... I don't know what the hell happened here at the top. Hold on. Excuse me. Also, give me 1 second. I need to check something on my phone. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. There's a package that I'm waiting for, and I'm like, I need to make sure that it, like, that I grab it as soon as possible, because I don't want to leave my stuff on my porch, because I've gotten, like, a couple of packages stolen this year. I have a camera up, but I'm just double-checking and making sure if it's actually going to show up tonight or tomorrow. Alright. Alright, gamers, let's lock in. Let's wrap this up. Okay. Alright, so where did I last leave off my read? Okay, we'll just cut back right here from where I read the last line. It cannot have been easy. Okay, chat, we're gonna resume now. It could not have been easy for the Domovoi Lord, who had always held humanity in little regard, to make such a pronouncement. The girl recalls their very first encounter, the deep disgust and fear of humankind barely concealed in his eyes. But none of that mattered any longer. For the Fae's hopes and resentments were of no consequence next to the Snow King's grand dream. Besides, this Domovoi, who had appeared time and again throughout the history of the Snowbound Kingdom, had all along freely imparted all he knew to her. And he had also provided counsel on many a matter. In some sense, he had already become both mentor and friend to the silver-haired girl. And so she, too, raised her goblet, spilling a little of the bitterness that had been poured into it along the way. In the Domovoi's eyes, Oxinia saw a warm, earnest affection one an elder might feel towards a younger. Aww. That's so sweet. So, I mean, I guess they had a mutual understanding of like, oh, you know what? I might feel some type of way about humankind based on how they subjugated my people and treated Fae in general, but clearly you seem to be like a kindred spirit, you know what I mean? Like, and she's also helping them for their overall cause. So they probably see her as also like an asset and someone that is on their side, so to speak. What I'm curious about, though... So first off, I'm so intrigued to learn more about all of this. So she's a researcher, and she seems to have the knowledge and capacity, right? Maybe it's because she's from Hyperborea, or maybe because she, like, just locks into that, like, that technology, and she knows how to, like, utilize certain things, or maybe she's just that smart, that she was able to, like, create, like, a framework for the Belyazar's plans of creating a civilization that's outside of the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Principles, right? Like his snow palace in the sky, essentially. But it says here, there was a time when primordial venom and primal light clashed in a corner unseen by the heaven's gaze. I wonder if that was her research led to this development, right? And I think that's like the manipulation of, or maybe even the separation of, like, elemental energy and, like, the, kind of like the two halves. It's almost kind of like what Albedo did with Durin, right? Using, like, the chaotic, like, the corrosive energy with the light energy, and it kind of, like, balancing itself out in some way. I'm not too sure what that implied. Also, I do remember that in the Temple of Space, they mentioned that primordial human was created through the assistance of light and dark energy, or something along those realms, like, right? Like that, you know, light energy and dark energy, like humanity is like the two halves, like the duality of it all, right? And so I'm curious if this has anything to do with the Shadow Realm, maybe even where the Shadow Realm came from, how it was created, how it was brought into being, because I think they mentioned something as well. Yeah, it says in the corners in the corner unseen by the heaven's gaze. I'm like, that sounds like it could be a reference to the Shadow Realm. But I also wonder if Oxinia might be trying to create... But see, I don't know. Because, like, the Belyazar's ultimate goal was, hey, I want you to create... I want you to help me in my goal of creating a civilization for the Fae to be on their own and to, like, live in prosperity outside of the rule of the heavenly principles. I need you to go to Hyperborea, figure out the research, and make progress on that. And it seems like she did. And the results of her research and the results of that effort pushed their plans forward. And it even says here, like, it was a design that could not endure the slightest deviation. Like, there was no room for error, no room to fuck up. And it says, to seek the stairway leading to the vacant seat of the Court of the Stars. A passage to a place where worry and sorrow would no longer trouble them ever again. So it sounds like they wanted to reach a level of ascension that was even out of the reach of the heavenly principles in some way. And again, I don't know if that's in tandem with the Shadow Realm, or if this is something completely different. But, yeah, it seems like they did a lot of crazy shit. And there was a lot of forbidden acts, and maybe this is what led to... You know, this is what led to the Belyazar's plans being furthered, but then something else down the road caused those plans to fall short. And so maybe the Tsaritsa might try to take over and try to, or maybe that's just, that could also just be, oh no, hold on. I can't hear out of my headset. Give me 1 second. Hold on. They shouldn't be dead. Alright, apparently they're dead. I have no fucking clue how they died. I've only been streaming for 5 hours. They should be good for, like, another 3. But, thankfully, I mean, I don't really need audio, because I'm not, like, listening to anything, but that's a little odd. But yeah, it seems like Oxinia was crucial to the Belyazar's plans for this future. Right? It's like he found her at the perfect time. Now, I'm also gonna put this in here because I did theorize about this in the past. It seems like the Belyazar doesn't have any recollections of their past. They don't know where they came from. They don't know how, like, they know that they, apparently they know they came from Hyperborea, right? Because that's where all Fae come from. So at the very least, that knowledge seems to be universal. But it says that they went to Hyperborea seeking answers to, like, a past that they don't remember and a place that they have never been, right? Hyperborea, the mother they never met. And I theorized this back, I think, during Luna 3 or Luna 4. But I was under the assumption that the Fae were created using frost moonlight and the bones of giant beasts. And I thought those bones were dragon bones. But I also specifically said that I wonder if the Belyazar specifically was made from the bones of the Cryo Dragon Sovereign, which is why they became the Cryo Archon, right? They were born from the same bones of the creature that had the authority of Cryo. And maybe that's why they don't remember who they are, maybe? Because typically a sovereign is under a bit of different parameters than a typical Vishap or a dragon, because they reincarnate, or they're supposed to. And maybe that kind of conflicted with the Belyazar, because if that means, like, the Cryo Dragon Sovereign would have had to die in, like, the War of Vengeance. and their death and their bones, instead of like reincarnating, they were ground up to create the Belyazar. And so maybe the Belyazar's memories are conflicting with their previous life. And maybe that's why they can't remember anything of their past. Because, like, other than that, I have no idea why the Belyazar doesn't remember much of their past for any reason, you know? So we'll just have to wait and see how that develops. Also, somebody says on YouTube, do you think the girl is Jay, the Hexenzirkel Witch? Because the text says that it was before she became the Shadow Witch. I don't think so, because Jay would imply... Well, no, because we know who Jay is. Jay is Ivanovna. Or her name is Ivanovna J. So, I don't think her name is Aksinya. And I'm pretty sure J is blonde, because I think we saw a silhouette of her, like a colored silhouette of her in the Snezhnaya thing. But besides that point, I'm actually expecting to get J lore when we go to Snezhnaya, because she was the first mayor of Snezhnaya, and she was appointed directly by the Tsaritsa. So she knew the Tsaritsa, and she knew Alice. So I'm like, holy fuck, we need to get... Oh my god! Dude, we're gonna see Scarlet then! We have to see Scarlet! Because she's Jay's successor. We haven't seen her since the, since that Windbloom Festival, actually. Holy shit, I just remembered. I'm like, oh my god, wait, we're going to Snezhnaya? That means we gotta get J lore. We gotta see Scarlet again. We gotta get more lore on, like, the other human Hexenzirkel Witch, right? One of the first mayors of Snezhnaya, right? Like, that's the role that Puccinella is in right now. So I don't know if we're gonna learn about all of the previous mayors, but I assume the first mayor of Snezhnaya put in work during her lifetime. I think that's so freaking cool. And, yeah, I don't know. I just think that that's super awesome. I am so excited for Snezhnaya. But yeah, I assume that we're gonna get more information about Aksinya and the Belyazar and this Grandmaster plan of his, and it seems like we're gonna be able to go to that, like, realm, city in the sky dream that the Belyazar tried to create for his people. And we might learn a little bit more about the Belyazar's origins. We might learn about what Aksinya was actually up to in Snezhnaya as well, which I feel like it's a mixed bag of a bunch of different things. I don't know if it's implying that she created the Shadow Realm or the concept or the framework for the Shadow Realm. I'm not too sure. But I do think that it's interesting to think about, especially since Snezhnaya is less than a week away. And in the next few weeks, we'll probably get our answer through World Quest and Archon Quest and things of that nature. But this was a fantastic lore reading session. I loved the context. I loved the lore that we got. I'm assuming we're going to get it if we end up going to Hyperborea, or if we get further into Snezhnaya with the World Quest and whatnot. So I look forward to seeing how that plays out. But we will be taking a short little intermission, and we will be continuing on in the next session. So thank you guys all so much for watching. As always, leave your thoughts in the comment section down below, and we will see you all in the next video. Take care. All right. Yeah. It's weird. It's kind of weird that the artifact set didn't have a conclusion. I think that's by design. I think the purpose is that we're gonna, like, it's unresolved, and it's gonna be resolved in either Snezhnaya or Hyperborea through a world quest. I think we'll learn a little bit more about that. Additionally, now here's another thing too, chap. This is like pure speculation. I have no evidence to support this at all, but it's just based on the vibe of how the quest went. They kind of introduced the male, long, black-haired alchemist. How he kind of seemed a little sketchy at the beginning. and then he pulled a prank on Oxinia and fell in love with her, and then that was kind of it. And the fact that he was an alchemist before alchemy was banned, and they mentioned a bunch of taboos and things that, like the Belyazar is gonna break every rule in existence with this one. It kind of makes me seem like there was something going on in the background, or something that was going on alternatively that wasn't truly explained. Now, I have no evidence to support what I'm about to say. This is, dare I say, headcanon at this point. But when they implied that there was like a bunch of crazy shit going on and there was no room for error, in my head I was like, I wonder if the alchemist like swapped bodies with her or something. Like, was that completely and holistically Oxinia? Or was she under his control? Or did he use alchemy to pull some shenanigans? Like, I just feel like there was more going on that I just couldn't... I was like, why did they mention the alchemist and now he's gone? He's not even around anymore. That seems a little weird. And it said like, oh, he loved her. So what, he just folded and then just stopped? He just like, oh yeah, you know, I'm an alchemist, but now I'm a lover, not an alchemist. I don't really care about that stuff. But then they're talking about how there's no room for error, and we have to go against taboo, and we have to like break all the rules, and we gotta clash primordial venom with primordial light. And I'm like, sounds like you're doing some shit that you shouldn't be doing. I don't know if that involves your lives. I don't know if they used alchemy on themselves or on each other, or if they like kind of created like a realm of existence that isn't permitted by the heavens or something. It just seems... Yeah, and then they also mentioned that the alchemist was in a gloomy mood afterwards. And it's like, what the hell are you... What are you gloomy about? Didn't you guys achieve your goals? Unless it came at a cost to something that they just haven't explained yet. So, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I'm sus of that alchemist because they never explained who he was, his name, and we know that Rotwang messed around with the Belyazar and like basically convinced them to have this noble individual, which I assume was the third descender, open the gates of Poyola. If Pakai Suko was the Belyazar, I assume that was the case. So, I don't know. I'm still... And also, this kind of slightly recontextualizes some things because it's not a confirmation that the Tsaritsa is the daughter of the Belyazar, but based on the fact that the Belyazar and Oxinia went to this party that was apparently hosted by the Tsaritsa, that kind of implies that she's the Tsaritsa to be, but she's not the Belyazar's daughter. Which makes me wonder then, if Pakai Suko is the Belyazar, and the daughter that they were referring to wasn't the Tsaritsa, I wonder if the daughter they were referring to then was Oxinia. But they also said she was I'm pretty sure they said she was a princess. So it kind of, all roads lead to it being the Tsaritsa. It just, I don't know. It seems a little odd, but like in my head, I'm like, if that's not Oxinia that's mentioned as the daughter of Pakai Suko, because I'm pretty sure they said that it was a princess, and we just got the Princess of the Fae, the Princess of Snow and Ice. Like, I'm kind of second-guessing myself now because we're probably gonna get our answer in Snezhnaya, and I kind of want to lock in my answer. But I don't really see anything that suggests that the Belyazar, that it's not her. You know, maybe it's not like a daughter or like princess and king in the traditional sense, right? Maybe they were both created, but maybe the Tsaritsa was created before the Belyazar. You know? And so maybe she's older than him. And I don't know. It's super I don't know how to make heads or tails of it. I don't know if it's supposed to be this, this obtuse or this confusing or not so clear cut and dry. Where can I read this? Sounds interesting. Okay, you know what? Let's do some sleuthing really quick. So, I believe it was in the Hymns of the Far North. Let me just double check, because it has been a while. So I want to make sure my facts are in order. Okay, here it is. Alright, let's see. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. Nope. Let's go down. Sandrone. Yeah, so there, to court... Okay, so it talks about Sandrone. It says, you cheerful fair, kind-hearted lad, noble born and nobly raised, a gentle and valiant son. Upon the starry steed, you rode across the forsaken isles of Hisi and the dark, mist-shrouded lands of Poyola, which I assume that's like either the abyss or like the dark side of the moon or something. There, to court the daughter of Pakai Suko, which I assumed back in the day Pakai Suko was the Belyazar. Daughter of the Belyazar, I thought was, oh, maybe it's the Tsaritsa. Because if he's the king of all Fae, and he's dead, and now she's the Tsaritsa, I assumed that it was because she was his daughter. But the lore we just read kind of almost implied that that's not the case. Unless there's like a doppelganger, and there's another person in the picture that we don't know about. Because isn't the Tsaritsa's name like a reference to... like Anastasia and like that story of like apparent like there was like a royal family or like a noble family and like Anastasia was like missing or people thought she was dead and like there were a bunch of people lying and pretending that like, oh, this is the real Anastasia or I'm the real Anastasia, and there was no like fact checking and there was no one to like verify. Yeah, the Romanovs. Yeah, Cal knows the story more than me. So and so I wonder if that's a tie-in. I wonder, is there someone like LARPing as the Tsaritsa, or is there like a doppelganger involved where this daughter, it's a daughter, it's just not the Tsaritsa daughter. You know what I mean? Or maybe even the Tsaritsa isn't who she says she is, and maybe she's LARPing as the daughter of the Belyazar or something. But anyways, it says, daughter of Pakai Suko, that peerless beauty at her home. Then old Pakai Suko, servant of the forebearers, answered thus, he will grant the young lady's hand in marriage, and you should open the gates, and you should open for him the gates of Poyola. Cheerful, fair, kind-hearted one, you knew well that wicked scheme, yet you went forth freely, for if you did not go, old Pakai Suko would have had his gullible daughter suffer the punishment instead. So this implies that if the third descender didn't open the gates of Poyola and die to become the Gnosis, their father would have forced the daughter to do it instead. So I feel like there's not enough information to glean anything beyond that. There's also the possibility, and this might sound a little odd, I don't really have any evidence for this either, but given the fact that the Tsaritsa is the descendant of all Conrians, implying that she had to exist further back than even the present day when she became an Archon, right? She had to exist from the origins of the Fae, and even maybe as old as Zhongli. I don't know, actually, because we don't know what the Belyazar looks like either. But I wonder if the Belyazar is the son of the Tsaritsa instead of it being what I thought, which was she's the daughter of the Belyazar. Again, I don't know about that, because it's weird, though, because he's the king of Fae, which that assumes a role of authority over the princess. Right? Like, a princess is, like, lesser than a queen, but he's the king. So that just doesn't make any sense unless it's like a, you know, he took the position because she had other things she wanted to do. But like, and like I'm wondering now too, if the boy in that Transcendence trailer, maybe that was the Belyazar as a boy, and the Tsaritsa was the mother? I have no idea. Cause like, it's like clashing with all of the theories that I thought up until this point, and now I'm a little like kerfuffled and a little all over the place. So at present, I'm like, man, the Tsaritsa could be 1,000,001 different things, but I do think there's some credibility in that, because if she's not the daughter of the Belyazar, I think I'm in the ballpark, but I might not be like dead set on what it is exactly. Either the Belyazar is the Tsaritsa's father and she's the daughter, or the Belyazar is the mother. The Belyazar is the mother, and the child in that trailer is... No, I'm sorry. The Tsaritsa is the mother, and the Belyazar is the son. But I assumed that all Fae were created simultaneously, right? Through the actions of the Voyager and the, through the actions of the Voyager and the First Angel, right? They were all created through Moonlight and Dragon Bones. But, I don't know. That kind of conflicts with certain things. Unless the Tsaritsa had the power to create him using the bones of the cryo dragon at a later date. And it didn't all happen simultaneously. So maybe he was like one of the last Fae created instead of being created amongst his kind, which is why his memories, and that's why he's a little special compared to the other ones. Like, he doesn't know about his origins. He doesn't have any memories of his home and where he was supposed to come from. So... I think the Belyazar hosted the banquet because the artifact set says that the Fae nobles seek out the mountain manor held by the most prominent of the Snegovic, implying that it was his manor. Yeah, actually, you know what? That does ring true then. I don't know, it sounded odd because... What, did they go to her house and then they were surprised to find a human there? Right, Oxinia? I thought they were also traveling to the princess's house. But... I don't know. I feel like I'm second-guessing myself. I'm still gonna hold true to my original theory that the Tsaritsa and the Belyazar are related in some way. And the Tsaritsa... like... fell in love with the Voyager, or not the Voyager, sorry, fell in love with the third Descender, and that might be an allegorical story to Ajax and the Snegurochka that he fell in love with. Not saying that it's a direct parallel, but like, it's an allegory, you know, it's a story based on like real events that happened, and it could be based on a true story. It could be based on the Tsaritsa and the third Descender as well, given that Ajax is her 11th Fatui Harbinger of the same name and thus a shared fate. Based on, you know, everything we've learned about, especially with, like, Durin. Yeah, the princess was the master of the banquet. That's what they said. The royal family as a whole. So, it could have been the Belyazar and the princess's banquet that they were hosting. And because Oxinia was, like, the adopted daughter, she was at the party, too. While all of the Fae were, like, side-eyeing her. Like, oh, what's this human doing at the party? I guess I... overly assumed that they were traveling to a banquet, not that it was their banquet that they were hosting. And I guess the Tsaritsa was just in a different part of the house. You know, especially if that was her house, she was probably like in her room or something because the party got like, because the party was like boring or whatever. Reread the set. It calls the princess in it the princess of the Snegurochka, not all Fae. I wasn't talking about the Tsaritsa. I wasn't talking about her when I said of all Fae. I meant that for the Belyazar. The Belyazar is regarded as like the ruler of all Fae, like the king of all Fae in like other flavor texts and like lore. If I said that, I didn't mean to say that. That usually, I only reserve that really for the Belyazar. It did say that she was the master of the banquet, though. Yeah. I just feel like, and here's another thing too, chat, and don't take this the wrong way. I don't mean this about, like, the community or about players in general or anybody in particular, but I feel like most theories that are true or that come to fruition are not necessarily what everybody is thinking. I feel like the Belyazar being the father and the Tsaritsa being the daughter and the third descender being the husband, and I feel like because everybody is thinking that, I feel like there's an element where because so many people are thinking it, there's a possibility that that's not it, but we're all locking in like the most simple answer is the obvious one. You know what I mean? Like, no offense, but I feel like because everybody is thinking that, it might actually not be the case, and there might be like there might be some diversion going on. You know? Because I feel like it's almost like spelled out for us, so much so that I'm a little cautious about how straightforward it comes across. And that's why I'm like second guessing my original theory, because it's like, I don't know, man. I've never gone into a nation assuming I already know what's up before it comes out, and so that in and of itself makes me feel like it's not what I think it is. It's more to that. But again, we don't have enough information, so that's the only thing I can really form in my mind until we get World Quest and Archon Quest and more weapon and artifact lore. But, you know, that's basically the gist of the theory and our thought process around it. Oh my god. Okay. Guys, I avoided death. Aether literally ran out of stamina right there. I'm pretty sure the flower said that the Snow King and Oxinia went to the manor and that the banquet was where Oxinia and the princess had their first encounter. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying too. Like, there's just too much misinterpretation. I don't know if everyone's even on the same page. But, yeah, let me double check the flower, actually, because I did see somebody in chat. Actually, I think it was Java, but hold on, let me double check. Flower, where are you? She was merely a court attendant following the Emperor of the North. See, following implies like they went there. It was not until the master of the banquet, the princess of the Snegorochka, appeared behind her. Thus, the two had already turned their backs on the banquet, and so the mistress showed the maiden the paintings, sculptures, and puzzles hidden away in the manor. See, that verbiage right there seems to imply, why would she show Oxinia the manor and the paintings and the sculptures and the puzzles if they lived in the manor together? That doesn't make any sense. So, I do think Oxinia and the Belyazar, I think the Belyazar went to this Fae, like, banquet. Oxinia followed him. And when they got there, it was hosted by... It's weird that they say this, though. It says... held by the most prominent of... Well, see, that's the thing. Few visitors seek out the mountain manor held by the most prominent of the Snegovic. So, we know that the Tsaritsa, I think, is a Snegovic Fae. So, that lines up with her. I don't even know if we know what Fae the Belyazar is. Like, did they say that he's also a Snegovic? Because I don't remember that. I guess he's just the Lord, like the Emperor of the North, the King of all Fae, etc., etc. I don't remember if they mentioned, like, the specifics of what kind of Fae he was in the Pale Starborn book. We think, yeah, just... This is, I'm observing this from my perspective, so I'm not gonna say we think. I'm gonna say... I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for anybody else. Didn't they say that he's a self-proclaimed Lord of Fae, which is sus? Okay. Yeah, it's just a very messy... A messy theory craft because it's not very cut and dry. They're not making it easy. Hold on, I want to read the Pale Starborn real quick. I just want to briefly check. Emperor Monomac. Oh, shit. Chad, I just remembered we're gonna see the head of King Miskislav in Zapoliarny Palace hanging up on the wall. Holy fuck, I just remembered that. I completely forgot that they mentioned that his head is in Zapoliarny Palace. God damn. Thus did the remaining clans of the Fae seek an audience with him, and thus did he gain the authority to govern them. From that day, he named himself the Belyazar. I see. So he was like the Belyazar before he became the Cryo-Archon. I assume, based on this encounter. Very interesting, chat. Alright, let's go back to a Dragon Spine. Actually, I realized I could have gone to this other Dragon Spine thing, but... Which VOD did you read this book in? One of them. It's on the channel, you're probably gonna have to look. It was a lore reading stream, so... I know that much. One of them? Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of streams. I can't remember every stream, like what every stream is. You know, you gotta have to do some of the legwork. I have a question. Where is it stated that the Belyazar wanted to create a city in the sky? I've read most of the lore, but I don't remember that. Was it mentioned in a brief history of the Pale Starborn? It was mentioned along the lines of, I'm pretty sure it was in the live stream. Like that city of like snow and frost. I'm pretty sure they were like, oh, that's the Belyazar's gift. I'm pretty, unless that wasn't meant to be interpreted, but I was pretty sure that that's what they mentioned, right, chat? Yeah, the last token of affection, yeah. Yeah, if you don't watch the live stream special programs, then you might not, I don't know if you realize that. Yeah. On the live stream, it was like the Belyazar's ambitions while looking at some kind of realm in the sky. Yeah. Chat, there was supposed to be another book, but I think I'm gonna call it here tonight. It's already 8:30 my time, and I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. So, we have 2 books left. We have the Night Murmurs book, and we have Vera's Melancholy. But yeah, one final thing that I will say too, regarding all of this theory crafting with Aksinya and the Belyazar. I remember mentioning earlier, I was like, well, if the Belyazar is the father and Aksinya is the daughter, I wonder if that black-haired male alchemist was the third descender. Because they said that he traveled to Hyperborea with like a mysterious power. And, you know, that could also be like a potential avenue and like a potential debate, because it's like, oh, everyone thinks it's the Tsaritsa, but it's these 2 like fucking NPCs basically. You know, they didn't name them either. They didn't give a name, and we don't know we don't know the third descender's real name. We're assuming it might be like Ajax, but because they didn't drop any names for either one of them in the because they didn't drop any name. I mean, they dropped the like Hyperborean name, but because we don't have like the government name of that guy, that could also be a possibility that the alchemist, if it's not Rotwang pulling some shenanigans, maybe it was the third descender who fell in love with Aksinya, and then Rotwang manipulated the Belyazar to force the alchemist to open the gates of Poyola. Otherwise, he was gonna force Aksinya to do it instead and get her killed. So the alchemist eventually does it. And maybe that's why he was gloomy? I don't know, because they did mention that he was gloomy at one point. But I don't know. That's like the only other thing that would kind of fit is maybe the alchemist was the third descender and Aksinya was the daughter and Pakai Suko was the Belyazar. But I don't know. That's like my kind of last theory that I feel like I have on the matter. How to get turned into the Gnosis? The heavenly principles. And one who came after, whatever that means. Oh god, that's a fucking can of worms right there. I wonder if we're gonna learn about, like, the true nature of how the Gnosis were created this year, now that we'll get the last Gnosis. Right? We'll have the Cryo-Gnosis in the picture. And I really hope we learn about the third descent. Like, we kind of have to, right? They talked about the third descender in the live stream. They have, like, the stellar linchpins, which are tied to the third descender. There's, like, so much. Like, I really hope we get, like, the true lore revealed this year. By the end of the Archon quest or the World quest or whatever. But I think that would be super awesome if we learn about who, you know, like, who actually was and one who came after. Was it the Voyager? Did the Voyager become chess pieces? Which would be really sad, because then that means Koitar is waiting in Hyperborea by herself, not even realizing that her husband has been turned into chess pieces for all we know. But yeah, those are all my thoughts and theories for now until we get more information in the Archon quest, but I'm very excited. Alright, chat. I think I'm gonna call it here. My next stream will be on Saturday. And I'm going to try to stream early because we are going to be doing 2 chunky live. We're going to be doing 2 chunky readings. First time chatter. Signora deserved to die for the crime she committed in Inazuma and threatening Mondstadt. While she did have a sad past, it does not give her the right to hurt innocent civilians and threaten the nation. Okay. You're entitled to that opinion. I still want her in the game. I still want her to be playable. I still want more lore. I don't know anybody who's saying that those things are untrue, so I mean, I don't know why you typed that in my chat. I'm not preaching that, so like what the heck? I was like, damn, what did I do? Hey Arnold, this is my first time I was able to catch, and I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to go through all of this. As a new player, I've seen as a new player, it's been so helpful and enjoyable to catch up to the lore and story with your help. Thank you. You might have gotten, like, if you're a new player, you probably just got, like, giga spoiled on a bunch of Snezhnaya stuff. I hope you don't mind. But, I mean, given the fact that you're here, you probably know what you're in for. But, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kind words. And, I hope you enjoy the content. Chat, there's gonna be a couple of videos posted over the next few days. This VOD will be archived, so unfortunately, if you joined late, it will be edited. I'm gonna give this footage all to the editor, and they're gonna work on each individual lore session that I did, and those will be uploaded on the channel as well. Just so I can get these uploaded, and so the editor can get paid for their work, and so people can watch these theories when Snezhnaya is relevant, and it's fair, and it's out. I will leave the VOD available for Twitch subs and YouTube channel members, because at the very least, they're entitled to that as part of their perks for direct support. And for everybody else, the VOD will be public in a couple of days, along with the edited videos when they get uploaded. My next video I'm going to be posting tomorrow is going to be my reaction to the, like, Snezhnaya / Fatui Gnosis web event that recently passed, or that's currently ongoing. I did do a little reaction video and, like, trip down memory lane discussing that. So that will be featured tomorrow. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. And then the next video will be Sandrone lore. And then the next day, and then the day after that, which I think will be Saturday or Sunday. It also depends on when we're getting trailers, because we still need, oh my god, how do you say his name? Okay, so I've been practicing, guys, because apparently I got gaslit by somebody in the fucking comment section. And I pronounced his name wrong again in my most recent Genshin video. I think it's, oh my god, I'm like so nervous to say it now. I'm like, damn it, how'd it go? Was it Alyosha? Alyosha? Like, you have to just say it all at once. I like break it apart. I'm like, Alyosha. I don't think that's how you're supposed to say it. I think you're supposed to say it like Alyosha. Like, swiftly. But I still don't know if that's right, because I haven't heard how it actually sounds. Or is it Alosha? Alosha? It might be that. Do I not pronounce the Y? Is the Y supposed to be silent? Is it supposed to be like Alosha? But, like, you have to, like, roll the tongue a little bit more. It's like, Alosha. Alosha? I don't know, man. This is so fucking hard. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Wait, that was perfect? Wait, say psych right now. Don't lie to me like that. Don't lie to me. That Toronto video is really good. Chat, we'll react to the Toronto video. How's that? All right, I'll capitulate. I'll meet you in the middle. I usually try to do these on my own. I try to say them on my own. But you know what? Maybe I actually need the freaking tutor session. So maybe we'll do that on either Sunday or Monday. I'll react to, like, when we watch the Simulanka, when we do like the Simulanka rewatch, we'll react to Toronto's pronunciation of Snezhnaya names video, which I'm probably still gonna call them by certain, like, I'm pretty sure Snezhnaya is not how you're supposed to pronounce it, but like, what do you want from me? You want me to become Russian? I don't know if I can do that. But, I don't know, man. I'll try my best. But yeah, so I think it's Alosha. I swear to fucking God, if they say Alyosha in the game for the character, I'm gonna be like, I'm just gonna throw my hands up. I'm gonna be like, I give up. I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm like a phonetic learner. I can't, like, especially as a, like, if I've never heard a word before, like, for some strange reason, I just don't know how to pronounce it. I need to hear a word as much as I need to see how it's spelled. And then on top of that, you got fucking silent letters, which is like, they're just fucking LARPing. They don't even belong in the damn word. Why are you even there? You know what I mean? It's like, really? We're just trying to deceive people at that point. I actually fucked with Natlan, because Natlan, you're supposed to pronounce every letter. And I'm like, oh, thank God. At least if I fuck up, I know that I actually am supposed to pronounce these words. But, or these letters, rather. But yeah. This might actually be worse than Utmontane. It actually might be worse, chat. Like, Utmontane, we clocked that in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? We're on the cusp of Snezhnaya, and I'm still fucking up this man's name. Alyosha. I'm just gonna be like, Alyosha. With that obnoxious, like, dialect. Alyosha. I'm pulling for Alyosha, chat. Alyosha Gaming. Do Mika? Come on, man. Stop dissing my boy. Mika's the homie. Chat, you know what I miss? When the hell are we getting another Ito event? I kind of miss the Ito events. We got them like every year, and then they just stopped doing them in the last year. Call him Big Al. He's like the opposite of big. He's like Slim Al. Twink Al. I was gonna say that, but I was like, you know what? I don't know. Yeah, people definitely got tired of Ito. But, like, they never followed up with him meeting Cloud Retainer. I'm a little sad about that. I was looking forward to, like, the grand, like, the freak out. It's like, damn, this is what everything's been building up to. Right? He was gonna become one of Cloud Retainer's disciples. I also just miss... I miss the gang. Excuse me. Straight up a Mosa Nougat. A Mosa Nugget. You know what's so funny you say that? I've been playing Call of Duty World at War lately. And I was actually using that gun in a match the other day. Apparently, there are still people that play Call of Duty World at War on PS3. And I used the Mosa Nugget. I like the sniper rifle. That shit's a beast. But, yeah, actually, hold on. So I bought a couple of, like, PS3 games. I've been playing Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Trilogy. So this is Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 1, 2, and 3. I, like, grew up on this game on the Xbox 360. And I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't played Naruto Storm in ages. I didn't even know they made a compilation for the PS4. So, this is for the PS4, obviously. And then I also got Naruto Storm Generations. My brother actually was like a pro. He had like a clan and everything for this game. But the thing is, Generations isn't a part of the trilogy. The trilogy only includes 1, 2, and 3. And then this one is like the intermediate one. But this one's combat is way better. So we got that. I was playing that. I got the Dragon Ball Z Budokai HD collection. I grew up on this game. This only includes Budokai 1 and 3. I guess they were like, yeah, no one likes the freaking Budokai 2 board game bullshit. So they only put like 1 and 3 in here. And so I'm gonna play this again too. I haven't played that in ages. And then I got the 4 greatest Call of Duties ever created. We got Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty 4, World at War, and Call of Duty Black Ops 1. I got them all for PS3. I got all these for 20 bucks. So they were $5 a pop. And I've been playing a lot of zombies. I was playing Call of Duty Zombies yesterday. But yeah. I've been like in my like retro era. I basically play like old games when I'm not streaming because I want to stream all the new shit. So I'm like, you know what? I want to play video games. What can I play? Let me play some old stuff. But yeah, those are my 4 favorite CODs. I was a fucking beast at those Call of Duties, man. I was actually a freak of nature at old school Call of Duty. Like COD 4, World at War, Modern Warfare 2, and Black Ops 1. Those were my games. And then I fell off when Modern Warfare 3 wasn't that great. And then I fell off. I actually started being bad at Call of Duty around Black Ops 2 is where I kind of fell off. You're playing physical games, how dare you? You should see my physical collection. It's in my kitchen. Not in my kitchen, but like I have like a built-in hutch in my kitchen. And like I have drawers in there too, and I put my games in there. Cause I don't have enough room, I don't have enough space in my office for it. How hard were you flamed in voice chat back in the— oh no, never, no flame ever. Oh, every so often, so in Call of Duty, for the guns that have like the single fire, I hold my controller, I don't know if I can show you. I hold my controller like this when I play. It's hard to show you. I hold my controller like this. And on PlayStation, you shoot with the top buttons, you don't shoot with the triggers. So on PlayStation, if I'm using like a Gewer or the SVT in World at War, I literally aim and I shoot like this. And I have like dead aim accuracy. Like I have such good accuracy shooting with my middle finger because I can get more triggers off than with my index finger. And I remember one time I was playing a match and I killed somebody with the Gewer and it kind of looked like I had a mod because I was shooting, the gun was shooting like it was an automatic rifle. And someone sent me a message, like a voice message, and they were like, nice fucking hack, man. Nice mod control you got there, dude. Like, he was kind of salty, and I was like, brother, I do not, that's just my middle finger. I'm just built different. Yeah, the Gewer, yeah, that's what it was called. It's a World at War weapon. But, I actually took that as a compliment, but at the same time, like, if you looked at how I was shooting, it did look like a modded controller. That's how fast I was shooting. But, like, I was literally just pulling the trigger. That's just how I... And, like, my accuracy is so perfect. It's, like, so dead on. But, yeah. I wish people gave a shit about, like, multiplayer games like that. I would probably play more of them, but... I'm like, you know what? This is my job. I can't play just anything. I gotta play what speaks to me. And I also gotta play what people expect, what people subbed for, or what people followed me for, to an extent. So... But yeah. I was playing Shinonuma yesterday, and I'm like, bro, I haven't played the Shinonuma Zombies map in ages, dude. I love Shinonuma. I think Shinonuma was definitely one of my favorites. But I was playing some like solos, like there's nobody online. Like there's like when I got online yesterday, there was 130 people online, and I got into every multiplayer game. It was just the same group of people, so it was good. Like we were rotating in and out, but there weren't that many people on, there was nobody on zombies, so I had to do that solo. But I liked it. I made it to round, I think, 24 by myself. I didn't get the ray gun at all. I kept trying for it. I got the Wonderwaff. And, the Thompson. And I was just going for trophies. We need that Call of Duty montage, Arnold? Oh, man, I'm well past my prime. I am not impressive at all. God, man, I kind of hate that they released Call of Duty Black Ops on the PS4 and PS5, I think it was. Because I'm like, I loved Black Ops. Black Ops 1, I fucking love that game. But, like, I hate that they did that right after they announced the PlayStation, like, digital-only future. And then everybody went and bought it. Bro, I'll tell you right now, I love Black Ops 1. I stood on business. I'm like, I can't buy that. Like, I'm already pissed off about this digital-only future, and if there is a digital future that I have to... I'm always going to play video games. I'm never not going to play video games, but I'm definitely not going to buy games on a closed storefront, like a console storefront. I'm just going to go all in on PC, and I'll buy physical games for as long as I can. You know, I have about like a 50-50 between physical. Like, obviously, Steam is all digital, but like my collection's like 50-50, and I have like a pretty retro collection as much as my present collection. But when you're so good in Black Ops, they think you're cheating. Oh, when you're so good, the ops think you're cheating. Yeah. Yeah. I only liked the zombies. I guess I liked the zombies that mattered. I don't really know how far the zombie story went. I only played up to Moon. And I never did the Moon Easter egg. So, like, the last Easter egg that I remember doing was... And I never did the Shangri-La one. I made it all the way up to, like, the second to last step in Shangri-La, but I never got the focusing stone to get all the perks. So, I never completed the Shangri-La Easter egg, and I've never done the Moon Easter egg. But I did all the other ones. Even though the other ones weren't as, like... Weren't as, what's the word? They weren't as impressive. But yeah. Anyways, I'm rambling right now. Gamers, that is the end of the stream. That is all the lore reading that I can muster for today. I will be back on Saturday. And we will be reading the Night Murmurs of the Far Border, the Varkalak book. And we will hopefully also be reading Vera's Melancholy. So, and we'll be doing another Sandrone interaction as well. So we made it through the Pale Flame set, the Polar Star Weapon, Celestial Gift Artifact set, and disenchantment artifact set. So I think that's a pretty good showing. And we did a Sandrone interaction today as well. So I'll probably stream again on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday will be the book reading, and then Sunday will be Simulanka revisiting Simulanka, and we might also do like the Toronto reaction video as well. So the viewers can do them beforehand if they haven't already. Wait, what do you mean? Can do what beforehand? The tea party? Wait, what do you mean? No, that's not because of the viewers. That's because I'm not streaming tomorrow. Which tea party are... Oh, you were asking which tea party. Okay, I didn't see that other bit there. Okay, my bad. I don't know. Actually, let me see. That's actually a good question. I actually, no, you don't have to be sorry. I didn't read your thing. That's my bad. That's actually a good question. I should probably preemptively... Well, see, here's the thing. I forgot who can I choose from? I forgot already. Is there another Harbinger? There's Wanderer, there's... Who is the other character? It was between two people today. It was between Child and who else? Linny, I think it was? No, Java, I'm not, don't go down the whole list. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, like, it was Linny that I was referring to. I'll do Linny. We'll do Linny next. We'll do Linny on Saturday, and then on Saturday I'll figure out who we're doing on Sunday. Yeah, we'll do Linny on Saturday. But, thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you guys had fun. I hope it was entertaining and enjoyable. VODs will be up in a couple of days, so I do ask for your patience if you guys joined late. And for people who are probably gonna see the video and realize, oh, it's another stream that I can't access. This is for the sanctity, not even the sanctity, but it's just for the preservation and the support of my Murder of Birds Impact channel. Because if the VODs are up in public, no one's gonna watch the edits that the editor does, and therefore, you know, they get paid based on the how well the main channel does, and also, you know, based on their work in general. So I want people to be able to watch these edited videos, because they actually take them, like, the edits are really good for these lore reading videos, and they're gonna be editing the ones I did today as well. So I hope you guys enjoy it. But thank you guys all so much for watching. You guys have a good night. I'm not going to raid anybody today. I'm just going to leave it as is. It's 9 p.m. I'm going to go have dinner and unwind. I got to do a bunch of errands tomorrow with that, and I have to edit tomorrow too. So I will see you guys on Saturday for the double book lore stream reading. And then Sunday we'll do some miscellaneous stuff along the way. But thank you guys all so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I will see you guys on Saturday. Bye-bye. See you later. Take care. Thank you for tuning in. I had fun.